Mom, it's 1 in the morning, 1:30 in the morning. Democratic debates. I mean, you want to watch them, right? You want to watch the full debate, but you don't really want it. You don't want a highlights reel, right? Because I tried to look it up, and it's you want ABC News highlights? Kiss my ass! I don't want your highlights. You want these highlights? No, fuck you! I want to watch the whole thing. So we're gonna have the whole thing here. I'll critique it a little bit. I'll try to keep the commentary to a minimum so that we can just watch it. Well, all right, let's do it. Oh, good. We got Democrats. We got rolls. We got Modelo's. We got a Hawaiian shirt. I'm pretty sure we're gonna be good for a couple hours here. So let's get into it. They call it especial because it's very special.
Good evening and welcome to Houston. We are live from Texas Southern University for tonight's Democratic debate. The top 10 candidates are here. It's going to start right now, and on the stage you see them. They have all met the criteria set by the Democratic National Committee. At least 10 others have not met the threshold. So for the first time in this primary, a single debate in a single night.
Watch this at 1.5 speed.
Candidates facing off. It is a critical test for candidates and their campaigns at a critical time for our country. They're going to lay out their vision for the country, their records, their differences with President Trump and each other. And we're going to do our best to bring you a lively, informative, and civil debate. I'm joined here tonight by my ABC colleague, World News Tonight anchor David Muir, our national correspondent Lindsay Davis, and Jorge Ramos from our partner network, Univision. Jorge?
George, thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity to welcome Latinos across the country and to ask about Latinx issues during these challenging times. En este país también se habla español. Este debate se realiza en un momento muy difícil para los latinos en Texas y en todo Estados Unidos, pero es importante que ellos sepan que sepamos que este también es nuestro país. Let me just give you a little translation here. I'm telling Latinos that despite the fact that we are facing difficult times, this is our country too.
We are delighted to be on the beautiful campus of Texas Southern University, one of the largest historically black colleges and universities in the country. And here in the Health and Physical Education building tonight, we are joined by a live audience of 3,500 people, most invited by the Democratic National Committee, and of course some of the brightest minds of the student body here at TSU. Go Tigers!
We can feel the energy in the room, can't we, Lindsay? The rules of this debate are very basic tonight and have been agreed to by all the campaigns in advance. Candidates will have 1 minute, 15 seconds to answer a direct question and 45 seconds for a rebuttal or response as directed by one of the moderators. Candidates will each see green and yellow lights. There you see them right there, indicating how much time they have remaining.
By the way, this is not a
cigarette.
cigarette.
Up, the light
This
will
is
turn
CBD.
red. Candidates who interrupt will be subject to having their time reduced later on. But this is democracy, the great American experiment, and the candidates are here tonight to make their case.
The podium places based on their current standings in nationally recognized polls with the leading candidates in the center. All candidates have been told they can have 1 minute to make an opening statement, and we're going to begin in reverse polling order with Secretary Julian Castro.
Good evening y bienvenidos a Texas. Welcome to Texas. It's great to be here at TSU, home of the Tigers. You know, on January 20th, 2021, at 12:01 p.m.,
There's only one Tigers fan.
we're going to have a Democratic president, a Democratic House, and a Democratic Senate.
No, you're not.
There will be life after Donald Trump. But the truth is that our problems didn't start just with Donald Trump, and we won't solve them by embracing old ideas. We need a bold vision. Universal pre-K and universal health care, unleashing millions of new jobs in the clean energy economy, a tax system that rewards people who have to work for a living.
It's funny that he says that. I don't like to stop. I'm not going to stop very often. But he just said universal health care, yet people who work for a living. If you're a leftist and you're watching this, tell me how can you have universal health care without making doctors work for free? You can't. They are people who want money too. You can't tell them they have to work for whatever you give them. Sometimes they're going to say, I want $90K a year, or I'm not working. What are you going to tell them? Too bad? How do you have universal health care unless you have slave doctors? They got to get paid by somebody, and it's a market system. So yeah, they're going to get what they want to get paid for that job. You can't tell them they have to work. You can't tell them you have to heal these people. That's a job. It's a job that you work for and you get paid for doing. Universal health care, unless you want to enslave your doctors, makes no sense. Sorry.
But first we have to win. And that means exciting a young, diverse coalition of Americans who are ready for a bold future. That's what Kennedy did. It's what Carter did. It's what Clinton did. It's what Barack Obama did. And it's what I can do in this race. Get back Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, Florida, Georgia, and Arizona, and finally turn Texas blue and say goodbye to Donald Trump.
If you think you're taking Pennsylvania, bro, you're kidding
Klobuchar.
yourself. No goddamn way.
Good evening, Texas Southern. I believe that what
Pennsylvania's
unites
my
us
state,
up here, the
motherfucker.
10 of us, is much stronger than
New York
what
too, but
divides
that's still-
us. And I think that's true of our country too. Now, I may not be the loudest person up here, but I think we've already got that in the White House. Houston, we have a problem. We have a guy there that is literally running our country like a game show. He would rather lie than lead. I think we need something different. I am someone that tells the truth. I don't make promises that I can't keep. I have people's back, and I believe that to win, you bring people with you, and that is how you govern as well.
She's definitely the loudest
So,
person. I barely
you're
knew
gonna
she was
hear a
even
lot
there.
of ideas up here. Some will be great, but if you see that some of them seem a little off track, I've got a better way. If you feel stuck in the middle of the extremes in our politics and you are tired of the noise and the nonsense, you've got a home with me. Because I don't want to be the president for half of America. I want to be the president for all of America.
Well, you know, I respect that sentiment. Well done.
Congressman Beto O'Rourke.
It's an honor to be on this debate stage. It is wonderful to be back in Texas, in Houston, back here at TSU. On August 3rd, in El Paso, Texas, two things became crystal clear for me and I think produced a turning point for this country. The first is just how dangerous Donald Trump is, the cost and the consequence of his presidency. A racism and violence that had long been a part of America was welcomed out into the open and directed to my hometown of El Paso, Texas, where 22 people were killed, dozens more grievously injured by a man carrying a weapon he should never have been able to buy in the first place, inspired to kill by our president. The second...
Did he just say inspired to kill by our president? Holy shit. And I love how he immediately jumps in to using the deaths of your children to prop himself up as some sort of moral arbiter. Oh my god. Why are you disgusted by this? He has a minute and 15 seconds to state his case for the President of the United States, and he uses the corpses of your children to make himself look holier than thou. Wow.
is how insufficient our politics is to meet the threat that we have right now. The bitterness, the pettiness, the smallness of the moment, the incentives to attack one another and try to make differences without distinctions, mountains out of molehills. We have to be bigger. We have to see clearly. We have to speak honestly, and we have to act decisively. That's what I want to do for you as President of the United States. Thank you.
Well, too bad, because you'll never get the fucking chance, Scarecrow.
Cory Booker.
It was over
You
20
need a
years
heart.
ago that I was a law student and moved to inner city Newark, New Jersey.
I know, you need a
served as
brain, that's what it
rights
is.
Lawyer to try to address the challenges in my community, and I was sobered by them. The gun violence, the substandard housing, but it was my greatest mentor, a woman named Miss Virginia Jones, who challenged me. She said, boy, if all you see in this neighborhood is problems, that's all there's ever going to be. But if you're stubborn and defiant and can put forth a vision that can unify people, then we can make transformative change. She was a church woman that said, without vision, the people will perish. Well, that's exactly what we did. We created extraordinary unity in our community, and we did things that other people thought was impossible. That's the story of America. At our best, we unify. We find common cause and common purpose. The differences amongst us Democrats on the stage are not as great as the urgency for us to unite as a party, not just to beat Donald Trump, but to unite America in common cause and common purpose. That's why I'm running for president, and that's how I will lead this nation.
Entrepreneur Andrew Yang.
Oh, Big Yang.
In America today, everything revolves around the almighty dollar. Our schools, our hospitals, our media, even our government. It's why we don't trust our institutions anymore. We have to get our country working for us again instead of the other way around. We have to see ourselves as the owners and shareholders of this democracy rather than inputs into a giant machine. When you donate money to a presidential campaign, what happens? The politician spends the money on TV ads and consultants, and you hope it works out. It's time to trust ourselves more than our politicians. That's why I'm going to do something unprecedented tonight. My campaign will now give a freedom dividend of $1,000 a month for an entire year to 10 American families, someone watching this at home right now. If you believe that you can solve your own problems better than any politician, go to yang2020.com and tell us how $1,000 a month will help you do just that. This is how we get our country working for us again, the American people.
No way! Did he just bribe everyone to vote for him? Did he just seriously say, I'm gonna give away, subscribe to my channel now, and you too have a chance to earn $1,000 a month from the Yang Gang. You just bribe people to vote for him. Like, that's so desperate and weird. Is that even allowed? Are you allowed to offer people money to vote for you? In a lottery system? That's sort of strange. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt so much. I just want to let him go. But I mean, goddamn. Yeah.
It's original, I'll give you that.
Yeah, everyone should be confused
The
about
American
that.
people are divided and doubtful at the very moment we need to rise to some of the greatest challenges we've ever seen. As a mayor of an industrial city coming back from the brink, as a veteran of the war in Afghanistan, I know what's at stake in our national leadership. We keep sending politicians to Washington, asking them to fight for us, but then when they get there, they seem more interested in the part about fighting than the part about us. Good politics is supposed to be not about the day-to-day fights of the politicians, but about the day-to-day lives of Americans. We just marked the anniversary of 9/11. All day today, I've been thinking about September 12th, the way it felt when for a moment we came together as a country. Imagine if we had been able to sustain that unity. Imagine what would be possible right now with ideas that are bold enough to meet the challenges of our time, but big enough as well that they could unify the American people.
Sorry, Booty Judge, but don't invoke 9/11 for your political points. My family's from New York, and my dad actually helped clean up 9/11. And I know people who have had family members who died in that. Don't invoke it. How about you just say that was a tragedy and mind your goddamn business? Because the next politician who uses that as some sort of political sticking point, you can kiss my ass for the rest of your goddamn life. I'm tired of hearing that used for something. You don't use it for anything. You say it's a tragedy. You don't use someone's dead grandmother, dead grandfather, dead father and mother as some sort of fucking sticking point to get you something you want across. Somebody died, just leave it alone. Don't use it as anything. Using 9/11 is a disgrace.
That's what presidential leadership can do. That's what the presidency is for, and that is why I'm asking for your vote.
Don't mean to yell at him because everyone's going to do that, but I mean, don't invoke 9/11 for goddamn anything. There are people who are very involved in that, and it's kind of irritating to hear a tragedy that affected you used as a goddamn political point from people who obviously don't care. Don't do it. It's a bad thing to do. Sorry, I interrupted again.
Senator Kamala Harris.
Pete Butt
Thank you. It's great
Cheeks.
to be back at TSU.
Talking
So I
about
plan
now.
on spending tonight talking with you about my plans to address the problems that keep you up at night. But first, I have a few words for Donald Trump,
Is
who
she
we
on
all know
pills?
is watching. So President Trump,
She sounds like
you
me,
spent the
and I'm
last
drinking.
2.5 years full-time trying to sow hate and division among us. And that is why we've got nothing done.
Is she on pills?
You have used hate, intimidation, fear, and over 12,000 lies as a way to distract from your failed policies and your broken promises. The only reason you've not been indicted is because there was a memo in the Department of Justice that says a sitting president cannot be charged with a crime. But here's what you don't get. What you don't get is that the American people are so much better than this. And we know that the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us, regardless of our race, where we live, or the party with which we're registered to vote. And I plan on focusing on our common issues, our common hopes and desires, and in that way unifying our country, winning this election, and turning the page for America. And now, President Trump, you can go back to watching Fox News.
Holy shit. Sorry to interrupt again, but I've known a lot of people, not a lot, but I've known a multitude of people who are deep into pills and stuff like that. I think she's on a muscle relaxer. I've seen that 100 times. She's on a muscle relaxer, like Seroquel or something. Like, she's not normal. See that jittering she does? That's a person on a downer. She's on some sort of muscle relaxer. That's weird. That's really weird.
Senator Bernie Sanders.
He can barely fucking stand.
Senator Sanders.
Yeah, he forgot he was being asked a question.
Be blunt and tell you what you don't hear much about in Congress or in the media.
It's the millionaires and billionaires.
And that is, it goes without saying that we must
and
will defeat Trump, the most dangerous president in the history of this country. But we must do more. We must do more. We have got to recognize that this country is moving into an oligarchic form of society where a handful of billionaires control the economic and political life of this country.
That's you!
And as president,
that's all
I am
you!
prepared to take them on.
You are those people!
Yes,
what are you talking
we will
about?
raise the minimum wage to a living wage. Yes, we will finally make sure that every American has health care as a human right, not a privilege. And yes, we will address the catastrophic crisis of climate change and transform our energy system away from fossil fuel.
The work of doctors is not a right. They are people who go to school for 10 to 12 years to learn how to become doctors, and they expect money. You cannot tell them they have to work for you. That's not how it works. What do you mean free healthcare? There are people who have to do that. It's not for free. It's a market system in which they work for you. Free healthcare is telling them that they have to be slaves now. Unbelievable. You'd have no doctors left. You realize that, right? You tell doctors you gotta work for what we give you. They're gonna, okay, I'll see you later, and then they're gonna move. Jesus Christ, these people have no idea what they're talking about, and they're telling you they can give you this shit, and they can't do it.
Senator Elizabeth Warren.
So I was born and raised in Oklahoma, but I'm sure glad to be in Texas tonight. All three of my brothers served in military bases here in Texas. That was their ticket to the middle class. Me, I got my big opportunity about a half mile down the road from here at the University of Houston, back when it cost $50 a semester. For a price that I could pay for on a part-time waitressing job, I got to finish my 4-year degree and I became a special needs teacher. And after law school, my first big job was back here in Houston. By then, I had 2 little kids, and when childcare nearly brought me down, my Aunt Bee moved in and saved us all. The paths to America's middle class have gotten a lot smaller and a lot narrower. Today, service members are preyed upon by predatory lenders. Students are crushed by debt, and families cannot afford childcare. I know what's broken, I know how to fix it, and I'm going to lead the fight to get it done.
You know how to fix it? Why haven't you ever done that then? They always say they're going to do something and they never do it.
You know, when President Kennedy announced the moonshot,
he's still alive?
He used a phrase that sticks with me my whole life. He said, we're doing it because we refuse to postpone. Well, I refuse to postpone one more minute spending billions of dollars on curing cancer, Alzheimer's, and other diseases, which if we invest in them, we can find cures. I refuse to postpone giving every single child in America, no matter their zip code, pre-K all the way through high school and beyond. I refuse to postpone any longer taking on climate change and leading the world in taking on climate change.
He's having a hard time saying what he's
This is the United
saying.
States of America.
That's sad.
There's never been a single solitary time when we've set our mind to something we're not able to do it. We're walking around with our heads down like, woe is me. We're the best equipped nation in the world to take this on. It's no longer time to postpone. We should get moving. There's enormous, enormous opportunities once we get rid of Donald Trump.
Come on, stop saying Trump. Man, that guy is fucking falling
Candidates,
apart.
thank you.
That was sad to watch.
Several of you said you are more united than divided, and that is certainly true. All of you agree on one big thing, the goal of defeating President Trump, driving the country in a new direction. But out on the campaign trail, you have outlined big differences over how far to go and how fast to go. And Vice President Biden, the differences between you and the senators on either side of you tonight strike at the heart of this primary debate. Both Senators Warren and Sanders want to replace Obamacare with Medicare for all. You want to build on Obamacare, not scrap it. They propose spending far more than you to combat climate change and tackle student loan debt. And they would raise more in taxes than you to pay for their programs. Are Senators Warren and Sanders pushing too far beyond where Democrats want to go and where the country needs to go?
That'll be for the voters to decide that question. Let me tell you what I think. I think we should have a debate on health care. I know that the senator says she's for Bernie. Well, I'm for Barack. I think the Obamacare worked. I think the way in which we add to it, replace everything that's been cut, add a public option, guarantee that everyone will be able to have affordable insurance, number one.
I have to aside on this one. I'm one of the people who was supposed to have been covered under Obamacare. I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it through. They wanted like $1,200 a year. It was like, bro, that's the reason I don't have it, is because I didn't have that to begin with. What the fuck are you talking about? So you can take your Obamacare and you can shove right up your ass because I wanted it and I couldn't fucking afford it. Don't sit there and then you're gonna fine me for it. I'm lucky I was off the books at the time, or I would have been screwed. Don't sit there and say that Obamacare means healthcare for people. That's not what it means. Obamacare does not mean healthcare for people. Obamacare means a large system. Oh, I don't want to get into it. Obamacare basically means a government check to the insurance company to give what they can give to you. If they can. Which in a lot of cases they can't. So sometimes you don't even get it. And yet you're still expected to pay. It's basically a tax check off the people to an insurance company. So, oh, you're going to give them more healthcare, right? Oh, yeah, we'll definitely do it. That's what it was. A lot of people didn't actually get it. Bullshit.
Number two, I think we should be in a position of taking a look at what costs are. My plan for health care costs a lot of money. It costs $740 billion. It doesn't cost $30 trillion. $3.4 trillion a year, it turns out, is twice what the entire federal budget is. That's before it exists now, without interest on the debt. How are we going to pay for it? I want to hear tonight how that's happened. Thus far, my distinguished friend, the senator on my left, has not indicated how she pays for it. And the senator has, in fact, come forward and said how he's going to pay for it, but it gets him about halfway there. There's a lot of other things that need to be done. I have a bold plan to deal with making sure we triple the money for at-risk schools that are...
They want to cut off both your arms and legs, and I just want your thumbs.
Title I schools from 15 to $45 billion a year. But I go down the line, and each of the things we're talking about, I lay out how I can pay for it, how I can get it done, and why it's better.
How we can pay for it.
Let me take that to you, particularly on what Senator Biden was saying there about health care. He's actually praised Bernie Sanders for being candid about his health care plan. That Senator Sanders has been candid about the fact that middle-class taxes are going to go up and most of private insurance is going to be eliminated. Will you make that same admission?
So let's be clear about health care, and let's actually start where Vice President did. We all owe a huge debt to President Obama, who fundamentally transformed health care in America and committed this country to health care for every human being. And now the question is, how best can we improve
I didn't get
on
it.
And I believe the best way we can do that is we make sure that everybody gets covered by health care at the lowest possible cost. How do we pay for it? We pay for it. Those at the very top, the richest individuals and the biggest corporations, are going to pay more. And middle...
You must understand economics to understand how stupid these fucking people are. There's not enough money within the trillionaire. There's no trillionaire class. There's not enough money within the billionaire, millionaire class to pay for this shit if you tax them at 100%. At 100%, there's not enough money for this. They keep saying, well, tax the very rich. Tax the... How about you, bitch? How about you? You're a millionaire. Oh, no, not her, because she gets tax breaks, and all her friends do, too. It's just to scale up the tax system, so that way you're going to be paying 40-50%. I'll be paying 40-50%. And hypothetically, some guy who's making $1 million is going to pay 80-90%, whereas the giant billion-dollar company is going to be paying a goddamn fucking zero like they've always done. Because they work for these fucking people. They say that the very tip tops are going to pay for it. Bitch, you don't understand economics. That is not possible. They do not have enough money for that. Add it up. Add it up. You could tax the millionaires and billionaires at 100%, and you cannot pay for this shit. There is not enough money for that. They keep saying that because they think you're too dumb to realize that those people can't pay for it. Most tax money comes from the middle class. Most tax money does not come from the millionaires and billionaires and trillionaires. They say that because they think you're too dumb to realize that. Most tax money comes from the middle class. And that's where they'll get it if they want more.
Class families are going to pay less. That's
No,
how
they're
this is
not!
going to work.
Direct
That's not how
question.
tax
Will middle-class
brackets
families
work,
pay
you
less,
dumb
but
bitch.
Will middle-class taxes go up?
No,
to
she's
pay
not
for
dumb.
the
She thinks
program?
you're
I know
dumb.
You believe that the deductibles and the premiums will go down. Will middle-class taxes go up? Will private insurance be eliminated?
Yes!
Look, what families have to deal with is cost.
She's not going to answer it
Total
because the
cost.
answer is yes.
That's what they have to deal with. And understand.
Total cost,
families
yeah.
are paying for their health care today. Families pay every time an insurance company says, sorry, you can't see that specialist. Every time an insurance company says, sorry, that doctor is out of network. Sorry, we are not covering
Glad I got
that
Modelo's.
prescription. Families are paying every time they don't get a prescription filled because they can't pay for it. They don't have a lump checked out because they can't afford the copay. What we're talking about here is what's going to happen in families' pockets, what's going to happen in their budgets. And the answer is on Medicare for All. Costs are going to go up for wealthier individuals, and costs are going to go up for giant corporations. But for hard-working families across this country, costs are going to go down, and that's how it should work under...
No, they will not! Good God! Go ask an economist about this. They will not. That is a complete bullshit lie. That's a straight-up lie. Straight-up lie. How dare this fucking hag say that? That is fucking bullshit, and it's not true. Good God, go look up economics. BRB, it's a goddamn intermission. Maybe I didn't explain clearly enough why that's a lie, but if you have tax brackets and somebody makes $50, $75, $100,000 a year and you charge them a different percentage as it goes up, then right before someone hits that level, they're just not going to enter that level. If all of a sudden you're going to say that if you make $10 million a year, you pay 90%, no one is going to make $10 million a year ever. Everyone will make $9.9 million every year, if that's what it takes. Or, let's say you bring it down to $5 million a year, now you pay 90, but nobody else pays that much, well then they're going to make 4.9, and they're going to figure out how to put it offshore. That's not how taxes work. When you increase the taxes on someone in this end, you have to have a sliding scale on the way down, otherwise people will cheat the system. So, therefore, to say that you're going to charge just the tip tops a huge amount, what you're saying is you're increasing everyone's level. That includes me and you. And the people at the very tip tops who pay for this lady's campaign have the loopholes and the lawyers with which to not pay anything at all. Why do you think Amazon and Walmart don't pay anything in taxes? You think that's an accident? No, it's because they have the lawyers to do it. It's like the, what's that old saying? The law is like a spider's web. The flies get caught, the wasps go free. The giant corporations, the Walmarts, the Amazons, the etc., they're not going to be affected at all because they have the lawyers and the money to do so. They can put their money in another fucking country if they felt like it. But you, as a business owner in this country, you're the one she's talking about. She's going to increase your taxes. You think you pay a lot with the self-employment? You think you pay a lot with the taxes you pay now? Wait till this fucking bitch starts paying for everyone's healthcare with your goddamn money. It's gonna be way more than you ever thought. And she's sitting there saying that it's only gonna affect the rich is a fucking lie. It's not an exaggeration. It's not, she's misrepresenting. No, she's straight up lying to you. She's telling you something that is not true with how taxes work. And it's fucking nonsense that these people can get away with this because the people that they're pandering to are college kids who haven't finished their goddamn economics classes. So they don't know any fucking better. They don't know any better. When they become 30, they'll understand, and then they'll look at this and say, wow, I can't believe I blew that shit. But right now, these people are just pandering to dumbasses who don't understand economics and don't understand that you cannot simply tax a certain scale of people, a certain amount. It must scale down, otherwise people are going to cheat it. If you knew anything about it, then she would never propose that because it's idiotic.
Medicare for all in our health care system.
Senator Sanders, you were invoked by the vice president. Also take on that question about taxes.
Joe said that Medicare for all will cost over $30 trillion. That's right, Joe. Status quo over 10 years will be $50 trillion. Every study done shows that Medicare for all is the most cost-effective approach to providing health care to every man, woman, and child in this country. I, who wrote the damn bill, if I may say so.
Makes no sense. How can it be that way?
Intend to eliminate
Are you paying doctors less?
out-of-pocket expenses, all deductibles.
Who is not getting paid in this situation?
Co-payments. Nobody in America will pay more than $200 a year for prescription drugs because we're going to stand up to the greed and corruption and price fixing of the pharmaceutical industry.
I would love to hear any one of these motherfuckers talk about actual pharmaceutical companies, not the idea of healthcare. Because the idea of healthcare, there's doctors working. What about Prozac? What about fucking pills? What about Adderall and Ritalin? What about that shit? Nobody's going to talk about that. If anyone talks about that, I'll give them a gold star.
We need a healthcare.
They won't talk about pills. They'll talk about
healthcare
system.
As every other major country
they just want to own the insurance company.
System
That's the idea.
Provides $100 billion a year in profit for the drug companies and the insurance companies. And to tell you how absurd the system is, tonight on ABC, the healthcare industry will be advertising, telling you how bad Medicare for all is because they want to protect their profits. That is absurd.
No, because they don't want to be owned by you. Because you're inefficient.
Then we're going to broaden out the discussion.
Okay, number one, my health care plan does significantly cut the cost of it. The largest out-of-pocket payment you'll pay is $1,000. You'll be able to get into anyone who can't afford it gets automatically enrolled in the Medicare type option we have here. But guess what? Of the 160 million people who like their health care now, they can keep it. If they don't like it, they can leave. Number one. Number
Barack
two,
Obama said that. That was bullshit.
We're in a situation where, if you notice, he hadn't answered the question. This is about candor, honesty, big ideas. Well, let's have a big idea. The tax of 2% that the senator's talking about, that raises about $3 billion. Guess what? That leaves you about $28 billion short. The senator said before it's going to cost you in your pay. There will be a deductible in your paycheck.
Yeah!
The middle class person, someone making 60 grand with 3 kids, they're going to end up paying $5,000 more. They're going to end up paying 4% more on their income tax.
Thank you, Joe Biden.
Now, it's not a bad idea.
I can't believe I'm saying thank you, Joe Biden.
Okay, now I want everybody to keep it.
Wow, thank you, Joe Biden.
Senators. I have to get responses to them, then we will run out. Senator Warren, you go first.
So let's be clear. I've actually never met anybody who likes their health insurance company. I've met people who like their doctors.
Then why do you want government
insurance? I've met people who like their nurses. I've met people who like their pharmacists. I've met people who like their physical therapists. What they want is access to health care. And we just need to be clear about what Medicare for All is all about. Instead of paying premiums into insurance companies and then having insurance companies build their profits by saying no to coverage, we're going to do.
We're going to take it from every single person. Just little bits. If I take $5 out of your wallet, you won't notice.
This by saying everyone is covered by Medicare for All. Every health care provider is covered. And the only question here in terms of difference is where to send the bill.
Senator Sanders.
Let us be clear,
Yeah.
Joe.
Keep sending the bill around until it circles around and you find yourself fucking broke. That's what socialists get. Good
In the
God.
United States of
Sorry I'm
America,
interrupting
we
so
are
much.
spending twice as much per capita on health care as the Canadians or any other major country on earth.
This is America.
But we have a better
Yeah, but
result.
Americans don't want to pay twice as much as other countries.
Yeah, this is
And
America.
they
We get good
guarantee
healthcare here.
to all people. On the Medicare for All proposal, when you don't pay out of pocket and you don't pay premiums, maybe you have run into people who love their premiums. I haven't. What people want is cost-effective health care. Medicare for All will save the average American substantial sums of money on his or her health care bill.
Is it just me or does he sound like he's having a tough time
You want to
speaking?
represent the people stuck in the middle of the extremes. Who represents the extreme on this stage?
I think you know that I don't agree with some of these proposals up here, George. So I'm talking
Which
about,
ones?
if I could respond to some of the proposals from my friends. First of all, Senator Sanders and I have worked valiantly to bring down the cost of pharmaceuticals. That was a Klobuchar-Sanders amendment to allow for drugs to come in from less expensive countries like Canada. We have worked to bring down the cost by
Capitalism.
fighting to allow 43 million seniors. That's a bill I
like how the socialist is being lauded for his capitalist approach. Thank you, Mr. Socialist, for using capitalism to reduce our drug costs. That was really nice of you. If only you did that with everything else, maybe you'd make sense economically.
lead to negotiate for better prices under Medicare. I figure that's a lot of seniors and they should be allowed to get a better price. But when it comes to our health care and when it comes to our premiums, I go with the doctor's creed, which is do no harm. And while Bernie wrote the bill, I read the bill. And on page 8 of the bill, it says that we will no longer have private insurance as we know it. And that means that 149 million Americans will no longer be able to have their current insurance. That's in 4 years. I don't think that's a bold idea. I think it's a bad idea. And what I favor is something that what Barack Obama wanted to do from the very beginning, and that is a public option, a nonprofit choice that will bring down the cost of insurance, cover 12 million more people, and bring down the prices for 13 million more people. That is a bold idea.
Senator Warren, page 8 of the bill, she says 149 people will lose their health insurance.
I'm sorry.
She said page 8 of the bill, 149 people will lose their health insurance.
Look, current health insurance.
149 million.
Million, excuse me.
So let's be clear about this. People will have access to all of their doctors, all of their nurses, their community hospitals, their rural hospitals. Doctors won't have to hire people to fill out crazy forms. They won't have to spend time on the phone arguing with insurance companies. People...
Yet you're gonna pay them less. That doesn't make any sense. You can keep talking out of your ass, but it doesn't make any fucking sense, bitch. Goddamn. Maybe you need more Native American in you. I'm 1/16th. You're 1,000th. Fucking telling you right now, what you're saying is fucking nonsense.
Who have sick family members.
How?
Won't have to
Do you
get
think that
into
makes any
these
sense?
battles. What this is about is making sure
Ridiculous.
that we have the most efficient way possible to pay for health care for everyone in this country. Insurance companies last year sucked $23 billion in profits out of the system. How did they make that money? Every one of those $23 billion was...
Look up how much money Elizabeth Warren has. Look that up. If you're a lefty and you like these people, look up her net worth. Just look it up. How much money does Elizabeth Warren have? And then look at how long she's been in office and look at her salary. Those things don't line up quite right, do they? She has millions and millions of dollars. She only makes like 100 something a year. How could she possibly have so much money? Because she's paid by somebody, obviously.
It's made by an insurance company saying no to your health care coverage.
Mayor Buttigieg.
The problem, Senator Sanders, with that damn bill that you wrote and that Senator Warren backs is that it doesn't trust the American people. I trust you to choose what makes the most sense for you, not my way or the highway. Now, look, I think we do have to go far beyond tinkering with the ACA. I propose Medicare for all who want it. We take a version of Medicare, we make it available for the American people, and if we're right, as progressives, that public alternative is better, then the American people will figure that out for themselves. I trust the American people to make the right choice for them. Why don't you?
Senator Sanders, 45 seconds.
But Mr. Buttcheeks is right.
Is it 150 million people on private insurance? 50 million of those people lose their private insurance every year when they quit their jobs or when they go unemployed or their employer changes their insurance policy. Medicare for all is comprehensive health care, covers all basic needs, including home health care. It allows you to go to any doctor you want, which many private insurance company programs do not.
How can you go to any doctor you want when some doctors are experts, some doctors are specialists, and some doctors, I don't know, give your kid cough medicine? You can go to any doctor you want. No, you can't. I can't go to a fucking specialist doctor who's the best in his field. How could I? How does that make any sense? How could the government pay the pediatrician down the street and the fucking neurosurgeon the same amount of money? They can't. It's a fucking lie. These people are just lying to you. It's so annoying to watch them. I said I wasn't going to interrupt, but god damn it. They're just lying over and over and over.
So if you want comprehensive health care, freedom of choice regarding doctor or hospital, no more than $200 a year for prescription drugs, taking on the drug companies and the insurance companies, moving to Medicare for all is the way to go.
Senator Harris, you started out co-sponsoring
Yes, I'm picking my
Senator
nose.
Sanders' bill. You now say you're uncomfortable with it. Why?
I want to give credit first to Barack Obama for really bringing us this far. We would not be here if he hadn't the courage, the talent, or the will to see us this far.
Well, in a
I want to
recession?
give credit to Bernie. Take credit, Bernie. You brought us this far in Medicare for all. I support Medicare for all, I always have, but I wanted to make the plan better, which I did.
This bitch
which
is
is
high.
about offering people choice, not taking that from them. So under my Medicare for all plan, people have the choice of a private plan or a public plan because that's what people want. And I agree we shouldn't take choice from people. But here's the thing. Everybody on this stage, I do believe, is well-intentioned and wants that all Americans have coverage and recognizes that right now 30 million Americans don't have coverage. But at least 5 people have talked, some repeatedly, on this subject, and not once have we talked about Donald Trump. So let's talk about the
You
fact
said Donald Trump 9
that Donald
times!
Trump came into office.
This bitch is on
and spent
pills!
almost the entire first year of his term trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
She was
We
passed
all
out
fought
for the last
against
20
it,
minutes.
And then
That's why she didn't hear it.
John McCain, at that moment, at about 2 o'clock in the morning, killed his attempt to take health care from millions of people in this country. Fast forward to today, and what is happening? Donald Trump's Department of Justice is trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. Donald Trump's administration is trying to get rid of the ban that we placed on denying people who have pre-existing conditions coverage. Donald Trump is trying to say that our kids up to the age of 26 can no longer be on our plans. And frankly, I think this discussion has given the American public a headache. What they want to know is that they're going to have health care and cost will not be a barrier to getting it. But let's focus on the end goal. If we don't get Donald Trump out of office, he's going to get rid of all of it.
George, 15 seconds. 15 seconds.
Let me get to Congressman O'Rourke and then
Unaware
go ahead,
of
Mr.
the
Vice
power of the
President.
executive branch,
Look,
but okay.
everybody says we want an option. The option I'm proposing is a Medicare for all, Medicare for choice. If you want Medicare, if you lose the job from your insurance company, from your employer, you automatically can buy into this. You don't have no pre-existing condition can stop you from buying in. You get covered, period. And if you notice, nobody's yet said how much it's going to cost the taxpayer. I hear this large savings. The president my friend from Vermont thinks that the employer is going to give you back if you negotiate his union all these years, got a cut in wages because you got insurance. They're going to give back that money to the employee?
Matter of fact, they will.
Well, let me tell you something. For a socialist, you got a lot more confidence in corporate America than I do.
Senator
Okay,
Sanders.
1 minute, George.
Go ahead.
Poor Joe Biden.
All right. 2 points.
Report all of them, but
You got to defend the fact
Joe
that
is falling
today,
apart.
not only do we have 87 million people uninsured and underinsured, you got to defend the fact that 500,000 Americans are going bankrupt.
Sorry. Bernie was never put together right. Now there's Warren. But poor Joe is falling apart. Oh my God. I just feel bad watching this. Look at the look in his face. That's the look I have when I'm trying to drive home from a late night, you know what I mean? When, like, you have to wonder, like, should I stop somewhere and take a nap? Like, no, I can get home. I can get home. That's the look he's got in his eye. Good God. That poor soul. He barely knows where he is.
You know why they're going bankrupt? Because they suffered a terrible disease, cancer or heart disease. Under my legislation, people will not go into financial ruin because they suffered with a diagnosis of cancer. And
what happens if you make $0 a year and you've never worked in your life and you get a diagnosis of like a very intense cancer that's going to cost $1 million to fix? It's your bill now. Now you pay it. Fuck you.
our program is the only one that does that.
I know a lot about cancer. Let me tell you something. It's personal to me. Let me tell you something. Every single person who is diagnosed with cancer or any other disease can automatically become part of this plan. They will not go bankrupt because of that. They will not go bankrupt because of that. They can join immediately. And we're talking 4, 6, 8, 10 years, depending on what you talk about, before we get to Medicare for all. Come on. I've been there. You've been there. You know what it's like. People need help now, hope now, and do something now.
Kick his ass, Joe.
Yeah. Thank you. Listen, I'm grateful that we all agree about the urgency of this challenge and the fact that Donald Trump is undermining the limited protections that we have right now. But I also think we're being offered a false choice between those who propose an all-or-nothing gambit, forcing tens of millions off of insurance that they like, that works for them, to force them onto Medicare, and others who want to, as the Vice President does, incrementally improve what we have, which will still leave many, maybe millions, uninsured and uncared for in a state like Texas, where the largest provider of mental health care services is the county jail system. We've got to do better. In my proposal, Medicare for America says everyone who's uninsured will be enrolled in Medicare. Everyone who's insufficiently insured, cannot afford it, can move over to Medicare. And those, like members of unions who fought for the health care plans that work for them and their families, are able to keep them. That is the best possible path forward.
This is healthcare.
Let's get to the crux of the healthcare issue. Oh, they can all afford healthcare. Maybe the healthcare is too expensive overall. Maybe these companies are ripping everyone off. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe forcing everyone through their own tax dollars to buy something that's inefficient and ineffective is not the best way to make it more effective. Maybe these people are paid by insurance companies and pharmaceutical companies to make sure that these people with a business that isn't working and isn't effective and isn't worth the price you pay for it, maybe they're trying to get you to keep them afloat. Maybe the reason they want healthcare for everyone is so that everyone can be paying into a system that has ceased to work. You ever think about that? These people are being paid by the same people who run a system that does not work, does not give people adequate healthcare, costs way too much money, and now they're scrambling to make sure it doesn't collapse. Maybe people don't buy health insurance anymore because it isn't worth it. Not because it's unaffordable. It's not worth it for the price. Is that their fault, or is that the insurance company's fault?
It's the top issue for everyone in the country. I want to make sure everyone gets 1 minute to respond. So Senator Secretary Castro, Andrew Yang, and then Senator Booker, you all get a minute.
Thank you. And, I also want to recognize the work that Bernie has done on this. And, of course, we owe a debt of gratitude to President Barack Obama. Of course, I also work for President Obama, Vice President Biden, and I know that the problem with your plan is that it leaves 10 million people uncovered. Now, on the last debate stage in Detroit, you said that wasn't true. When Senator Harris brought that up, there was a fact check of that, and they said that was true. I grew up with a grandmother who had type 2 diabetes, and I watched her condition get worse and worse. But that whole time, she had Medicare. I want every single American family to have a strong Medicare plan available. If they choose to hold on to strong, solid private health insurance, I believe they should be able to do that. But the difference between what I support and what you support, Vice President Biden, is that you require them to opt in. And I would not require them to opt in. They would automatically be enrolled. They wouldn't have to buy in. That's a big difference because Barack Obama's vision was not to leave 10 million people uncovered. He wanted every single person in this country covered. My plan would do that. Your plan would not.
They do not have to buy in. They do not have to buy in.
You just said that. You just said that 2 minutes ago. You just said 2 minutes ago that they would have to buy in. You said they would have to buy in.
Have to buy in. If she qualifies for Medicaid,
are you forgetting what you said 2 minutes ago?
Be in for it.
Are you forgetting?
Does that make sense? You don't have to buy it if you can't afford it. So then why would I afford it? If I don't have to buy, if I don't have to pay for it, if I can afford it, then, oh, I don't know where all my money went. Whoopsie. That's nonsense. It's like having a slushie machine. It's $1 if you got it. But you're going to be giving out a shitload of free slushies, my guy.
Already what you said just 2 minutes ago? I mean, I can't believe that you said 2 minutes ago that they had to buy in, and now you're saying they don't have to buy. You're forgetting that.
I said anyone like your grandmother who has no money.
We need a healthcare system.
You're automatically enrolled.
Enrolls people regardless of whether they choose to opt in or not. If you lose your job, for instance, his healthcare plan would not automatically enroll you. You would have to opt in. My healthcare plan would. That's a big difference. I'm fulfilling the legacy of Barack Obama, and you're not.
I'll be surprised to him.
Andrew, this is like a bunch of children beating each other up. Like, I just feel bad.
This is why presidential debates are becoming
unwatchable.
This reminds everybody of what they cannot stand about Washington. Scoring points against each other, poking at each other, and telling each other that you're my plan.
You are competing.
That's called a Democratic primary election.
You are competing against each other, so...
This is what we're here for.
Yeah, maybe you should be scoring points against one another.
A house divided cannot stand. And that is not how we're
Look,
going to
everyone, we know we're on the same team here. We know we're on the same team. We all have a better vision for healthcare than our current president. And I believe we're talking about this the wrong way. As someone who has run a business, I know that our current healthcare system makes it harder to hire people, makes it harder to give them benefits and treat them as full-time employees. You instead pretend they're contractors. It's harder to change jobs. It's certainly harder to start a business. The pitch we have to make to the American people is we will get the healthcare weight off of your backs and then unleash the hopes and dreams of the American people.
Senator Booker.
Now, I am Asian, so I know a lot of doctors, and they tell me that they spend a lot of time on...
No way! No way! This has become a parody of itself. Oh my god, I haven't watched this. I cannot believe he just called. He said, "Oh, I'm Asian, so I know a lot of doctors." Is this nigga serious? Holy shit! Oh my god! Like, that's gotta be a joke. It has to roll into a joke at this point. Oh my god! Pow!
Paperwork, avoiding being sued, and navigating the insurance bureaucracy.
No way!
We have to change the incentives so instead of revenue
No
of the American
fucking
people.
way!
Senator Booker.
Now, I am Asian, so I know a lot of doctors, and they tell me that they spend a lot of time on paperwork, avoiding being sued, and navigating the insurance bureaucracy. We have to change the incentives so instead of revenue and activity, people are focused on our health in the healthcare system. And the Cleveland Clinic, where they're paid not based upon how many procedures they prescribe, shocker, they prescribe fewer procedures, and patient health stays the same or improves. That is the pitch to the American people.
Senator Booker, close out this discussion.
Thank you very much. Look, there are a lot of people watching at home right now, listening to us.
I'm black, so I know a lot of gangsters.
Because they are in crisis. They don't have health insurance. Their health insurance doesn't go far enough. They can't afford their prescription drugs. I'm clear in what I believe. I believe in Medicare for all. I believe it's the best way to rationalize the system. But dear God, I know that every one of my colleagues on this stage is in favor of universal health coverage and comes at this with the best of intentions. And I'll tell you, there is an urgency right now in this nation. Everybody feels it. And as a person who has an ideal, I know we cannot sacrifice progress on the altar of purity. Because people in my community, they need help right now. They have high blood pressure right now. They have unaffordable insulin right now. And this must be a moment where we as Democrats can begin to show that we can not only stake and stand our ground, but find common ground, because we've got one shot to make Donald Trump a one-term president. And we cannot lose it by the way we talk about each other or demonize and degrade each other. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. If I am the leader, I will work towards the ideal of health insurance, health coverage being...
That's the aspiration of the current Democratic Party. We're going to be able to not only walk, but also chew gum. Two things. That's two things.
Right for all Americans, but
so
every
impressive.
single day I'll join with other Democrats to make progress happen in our nation for the people that are struggling and suffering today.
Candidates, thank you. Lindsay Davis.
Thanks, George. Since we're here at an HBCU, I'd like to start with young black voters. Several recent polls indicate
identity
their
politics.
number one
What a
concern
surprise.
is racism. This campus,
What
this
racism?
state, and this nation are still raw from that racially motivated attack on Latinos in El Paso. Now, we know that the racial divide started long before President Trump and President Obama, but each of you on this stage has said that President Trump has made that divide worse. Congressman O'Rourke, coming to you first, why are you the most qualified candidate to address this divide?
You know, I called this out in no uncertain terms on August 3rd and every day since then, and I was talking about it long before then as well. Racism in America is endemic. It is foundational. We can mark the creation of this country not at the 4th of July, 1776.
If racism in this country is endemic and foundational, isn't that your problem, bro? Aren't you what makes the political system of this country? So if it's endemic, that's your fucking problem!
But August 20th, 1619, when the first kidnapped African was brought to this country against his will and in bondage and as a slave, built the greatness and the success and the wealth that neither he nor his descendants would ever be able to fully
Nobody
participate
alive
in
has had anything to
and
do
enjoy.
with slavery
We have
unless
to be
you're
able
in the
to
Arab
answer
world,
this
bro.
challenge, and it is found in our education system, where in Texas, a 5-year-old child in kindergarten is 5 times as likely to be disciplined or suspended or expelled based on the color of their skin. In our healthcare system, where there's a maternal mortality crisis 3 times as deadly for women of color, or the fact that there's 10 times the wealth in white America than there is in black America. I'm going to follow Sheila Jackson Lee's lead and sign into law a reparations bill that will allow us to address this at its foundations.
There's probably 10 times the amount of white wealth than there's black wealth, because there's about 5 times as many white people, and they were here first and started businesses first, so of course. If you start the big companies and you're here for 100 so years before the other people even get rights, you're probably going to have a leg up. And if there's 5 times as many of you, yeah, I'd assume you'd made more money. What a bunch of just nonsense. He thinks you're too dumb to realize that. He thinks that it's like one white person and one black person. He makes 5 times as much. No, he doesn't. There are multiple times that many people than there are the other type of people. So of course their amount of money they make goes up. They were here for 100-something years beforehand, starting companies and buying land. Of course they make more money. What the fuck? Of course.
But we will also call out the fact that we have a white supremacist in the White House, and he poses a mortal threat to people of color all across this country.
Secretary Castro, 45...
Nobody called Donald Trump a white supremacist in the 90s. Nobody called Donald Trump a white supremacist in the 2000s, 2010s. Nobody called Donald Trump a white supremacist up until 2016. And guess why? Because he kicked your ass. That's why you're calling him names now. Because he beat your ass and you don't like it.
You know, and I want to commend Beto for how well he has spoken to the passion and the frustration and the sadness after what happened in his hometown of El Paso. He's done a great job with that. Look, a few weeks ago, a shooter drove 10 hours inspired by this president to kill people who look like me and people who look like my family. White supremacy is a growing threat to this country, and we have to root it out. I'm proud that I put forward a plan to disarm hate. I'm also proud that I was the first to put forward a police reform plan because we're not going to have any more Laquan McDonald's or Eric Garners or Michael Browns or Pamela Turners or Walter Scott's or Sandra Bland here from the Houston area. We need to root out racism, and I believe that we can do that because that doesn't represent the vast majority of Americans who do have a good heart. They also need a leader to match that, and I will be a president that matches that.
Senator Booker, you have said, quote, the real question isn't who is or isn't a racist, it's who's going to do something about it. Senator, what do you plan to do about it?
Well, first and foremost, I want to hit that point because we know Donald Trump's a racist, but there is no red badge of courage for calling him that. When racism exists, the question isn't who is.
There's no red badge of courage to call him that because you don't have any fucking reason to call him that. You're making it up. God damn it.
Who isn't a racist, it's who is.
We know he's a racist, but I mean, there's not any specific thing we can call to that. Like, yeah, I know.
We all know something about racism. And this is not just an issue that started yesterday. It's not just an issue that we hear a president that can't condemn white supremacy. We have systemic racism that is.
I'm going to pause this video and I'm going to inject the clip of Donald Trump condemning white supremacy. Good time for an intermission. Man, I'm sorry. I got to take a break and just let these motherfuckers roll on for a minute. Good God.
Eroding our nation from healthcare to the criminal justice system. And it's nice to go all the way back to slavery, but dear God, we have a criminal justice system that is so racially biased. We have more African Americans under criminal supervision today than all the slaves in 1850. We have to come at this issue attacking systemic racism, having the courage to call it out and having a plan to do something about it. If I am president of the United States, we will create an office in the White House to deal with the problem of white supremacy and hate crimes. And we will make sure that systemic...
So we're going to have a racist cabinet. A cabinet directly related to stifling a specific race. And that's not racism.
Systemic racism is dealt with in substantive plans, from criminal justice reform to the disparities in healthcare to even one that we don't talk about enough, which is the racism that we see in environmental injustice in communities of color all around this country.
Mayor Buttigieg, you've been struggling with issues around race in your own community. You've also said that anyone who votes to re-elect President Trump is at best looking the other way on racism. Does that sort of talk alienate voters and potentially deepen divisions in our country?
Yes!
I believe
I have a goddamn racist bone in my body. I only say racist shit for fun. I like Donald Trump because he does a good fucking job. I like Donald Trump because he embarrasses other politicians. I don't consider him racist. I don't consider myself racist. I don't like racism. I think that it's silly and it's dumb. And I'll make a video about why I think racism is dumb in the future. But this idea that he's assumed to be racist is such bullshit.
deepen divisions in the country is the conduct of this president, and we have a chance to change all of that. Look, systemic racism preceded this president, and even when we defeat him, it will be with us. That's why we need a systemic approach to dismantle it. It's not enough to just take a racist policy, replace it with a neutral one, and expect things will just get better on their own. Harms compound. In the same way that a dollar saved compound, so does a dollar stolen. And we know that the generational theft of the descendants of slaves is part of why everything from housing to education to health to employment basically puts us in two different countries. I have proposed the most comprehensive vision to tackle systemic racism in every one of these.
My rent costs the same as black people. What the fuck are you talking about?
The Marshall Plan that rebuilt Europe, but this time a Douglas Plan that we invest right here at home, to make sure that we're not only dealing with things like the over-incarceration of black Americans, but also black solutions, entrepreneurship, raising to 25% the target for the federal government to do business with minority-owned businesses, investing in HBCUs that are training and educating the next generation of entrepreneurs. We can and must do that, but that means transcending this framework that pits us against each other, that pits a single black mother of three against a displaced auto worker. Because where I come from, a lot of times that displaced auto worker is a single black mother of three. We've got to say that and bring people together.
Also a concern for people of color is criminal justice reform. Senator Harris, you released your plan for that just this week, and it does contradict some of your prior positions. Among them, you used to oppose the legalization of marijuana, now you don't. You used to oppose outside investigations of police shootings, now you don't. You've said that you changed on these and other things because you were, quote, swimming against the current, and thankfully the currents have changed. But when you had the power, why didn't you try to effect change then?
So there have been, I'm glad you asked me this question, and there have been many distortions of my record. Let me be very clear. I made a decision to become a prosecutor for two reasons. One, I've always wanted to protect people and keep them safe. And second, I was born.
You want to keep people safe by throwing them in jail for doing drugs.
Knowing about how this criminal justice system in America has worked in a way that has been informed by racial bias. And I could tell you extensively about the experiences I and my family members have personally had. But I made a decision.
You could, but you
that
won't.
If I was going to have the ability to reform the system, I would try to do it from the inside. And so I took on a position that allowed me, without asking permission, to create one of the first in the nation initiatives that was a model and became a national model around people who were arrested for drugs and getting them jobs. I created one of the first in the nation requirements.
Didn't you throw them in jail
that a state
too,
law
bitch?
enforcement agency would have to wear cameras and keep them on full time. I created one of the first in the nation trainings for police officers on the issue of racial bias and the need to reform the system. Was I able to get enough done? Absolutely not. But my plan has been described by activists as being a bold and comprehensive plan that is about ending mass incarceration, about taking the profit out of the criminal justice system. I plan on shutting down for-profit prisons on day one. It will be about what we need to do to hold law enforcement, including prosecutors, accountable. And finally, my plan is about making sure that in America's criminal justice system, we de-incarcerate women and children, that we end solitary confinement, and that we work on keeping families intact. And as President of the United States, knowing the system from the inside, I will have the ability to be an effective leader and get this job complete.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Senator Klobuchar, during your 8 years as a prosecutor in Minnesota, there were dozens of incidents where black men were killed by police. Critics say that too often you sided with police in these cases. The ACLU's legal director in Minnesota has said that you showed no interest in racial justice. Do you wish now that you had done more?
That's not my record. We are here at a historically black college. And I think of an alum of that college, Barbara Jordan, and something that she once said. She said, what the people want is simple.
Oh, she has a black friend.
A country as good as its promise.
Oh, she can't be racist. She has a black friend.
The criminal justice system.
Whoa.
So when I was there, the way we handled these police shootings,
I got like
actually
5
took a
or
stand
10. I'll give you a couple.
to make sure outside investigators handled
can't
them.
do
I
that.
took on our major police chief in Minneapolis. But in the prosecutor's office, they were handled with the grand jury. That's how they were all handled across our state. I now believe it is better for accountability if the prosecutor handles them and makes those decisions herself. That aside, I am proud of the work our staff did, 400 people in our office. The cases that came to us, the African-American community that came to us, they said there was no justice for their little kids. There was a kid named Byron Phillips that was shot on his front porch. No one had bothered to figure out who did it. When I came into that office, we worked with the community groups, we put up billboards, we found the shooter, and we put him in jail. We did the same for the killer of a little girl named Taisha Edwards who was doing her homework at her kitchen
are you running
table
for
and was
detective,
shot through
bitch?
the window. What changes did we make? Go after white-collar crimes in a big way. Diversify the office
Yeah,
in a big
elect her to
way.
detective.
Work with the Innocence
Not
Project
bad.
to make sure we do much better with eyewitness ID. And as a senator and as your president, I will make sure that we don't just do the first step back when it comes to criminal sentencing, that we move to
I
the
have to do something
second
over
step
here.
back, which means the 90% of people that are incarcerated in local and state jails, let's reduce those sentences for nonviolent offenders, and let's get them jobs and let them vote when they get out of prison.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. You all believe that the war on drugs has put too many Americans behind bars. Vice President Biden, you have a plan to release many nonviolent drug offenders from prison. Senator Booker says that your plan is not ambitious enough. Your response?
Well, first of all, let me say that when I came back from law school, I had a job with a big-time law firm. I left and became a public defender because my state was under siege. When Dr. King was assassinated, we were occupied by the National Guard for 10 months. I've been involved from the beginning. As a young
invoking Martin Luther King?
Councilman, I introduced legislation to try to keep them putting a sewer plant in the poor neighborhood. I made sure that we dealt with redlining. Banks should have to lend where they operate, et cetera. The fact of the matter is that what's happened is that we're in a situation now where there are so many people who are in jail and shouldn't be in jail. The whole means by which this should change is the whole model has to change. We should be talking about rehabilitation. Nobody should be in jail for a nonviolent crime. As when we were in the White House, we released 36,000 people from the federal prison system. Nobody should be in jail for a drug problem. They should be going directly to a rehabilitation. We build more rehabilitation centers, not prisons. I'm the guy that put in the drug courts to divert people from the criminal justice system. And so we have to change the whole way we look at this. When we put people in prison, we have to equip them when they get out. Nobody who got in prison for marijuana, for example, immediately upon being released, they shouldn't be in there that should be a misdemeanor. They should be out and their record should be expunged. Every single right should be returned. When you finish your term in prison, you should be able not only vote, but have access to Pell Grants, have access to be able to get housing, have access to be able to move along the way. I've laid out a detailed plan along those lines. And the fact is we've learned so much more.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senator Booker, 45 seconds to respond.
Our criminal justice system is so savagely broken. There's no difference in America between blacks, whites, and Latinos for using drugs or dealing drugs. But if you're African American, you're almost 4 times more likely to be arrested and incarcerated, destroying your lives. And so much
because of inner cities, motherfucker.
We have a criminal justice system that Brian Stevenson says treats you better if you're rich and guilty than if you're poor and innocent. And so I have challenged this whole field. We can specifically and demonstratively now show that there are 17,000 people unjustly incarcerated in America, and all of us should come forward and say, when we are president of the United States, when I am president of the United States, we will release them. And let me be specific.
Those people are called the poor.
Together and led in the United States Senate the only major bipartisan bill passed under this president for criminal justice reform that has already led to thousands of people coming out of jail. If 87 members of the United States Senate says that these sentences are way too long, and we changed it, but we didn't make it retroactive.
It's not a class, it's not a race-based thing. It's a class-based thing. That's why this motherfucker is accused of grabbing some guy's dick and he's standing on a presidential stage. And I'm sitting here without health care getting illegally searched by police. I'm white as fuck. I'm whiter than this white guy looks. Like, oh wait, he's almost white as I am. Yeah, he's black and he gets way better treatment than I ever get. Saying about race, asshole. It's about money. You got it and I don't, and neither do a lot of us. That's why we get treated like shit. And it just so happens a lot of black people live in the inner cities. Quit it with this shit.
Point to the people that are in jail unjustly right now. Everyone on this stage should say that we are going to give clemency to these 17,000 people. And I challenge you, don't just say big statements. Back it up with details of the people in prison right now looking for one of the most sacrosanct ideals of this nation, which is liberty and freedom. We need to reform this system, and we must do it now. Every day we wait is too long.
Thank you, Lindsey. I want to turn to the deadly mass shootings here in this country, and of course we are all mindful
here we
tonight
fucking
of
go.
where we stand. We are here in Texas tonight, where 29 people have lost their lives in just the last month alone. El Paso, which we've discussed, in Odessa, and I know there are survivors from El Paso right here in the hall tonight. Vice President Biden, I do want to direct this to you because we all remember Sandy Hook. 26 people died in that school, 20 of them children. Those first graders would be in 8th grade today. At the time, there was a groundswell in this country to get something done. President Obama asked you to lead the push for gun control. You have often pointed to your ability to reach across the aisle to get things done. But 4 months after Sandy Hook, a measure to require expanded background checks died on the Senate floor. If you couldn't get it done after Sandy Hook, why should voters give you another chance?
Because it got done before. I'm the only one up here who's ever beat the NRA. Only one ever beat the NRA nationally. I'm the guy that brought the Brady Bill into focus and became law. And so that's number one. Number two, after Sandy Hook, a number of things happened. It went from a cause to a movement. Look what's happened now. Mothers, the organization, Mothers Against Violence, gun violence. We've seen what's happened again. Now we have all these young people
Were there not
marching
Mothers
on
Against
Washington,
Violence
making
earlier?
sure that things are going to change. There has been a sea change. Those proposals I put forward for the president had over 50% of members of the NRA supporting them.
He's having a hard
The
time.
rest of the people supporting them. Now the numbers are much higher because they realize what I've been saying and we've all been saying is correct. Over 90% of the American people think we have to get assault weapons off the street, period. And we have to get buybacks and get them out of their basements. So the point is, things have changed, and things have changed a lot. And now what's happening is, and by the way, the way Beto handled, excuse me for saying Beto, what Congressman...
That's all right. That does good.
The way he handled what happened in his hometown is meaningful. But look in the eyes of those people, to see those kids, to understand those parents, you understand the heartache.
But this is
we
the
are
problem.
ready to do this.
Mr. Vice President,
This is the
thank you.
problem.
You did bring up assault weapons here.
Why does he have a special connection with those people just because he's the mayor of that town? I guarantee you he did not know a single person who died
Bring
there.
up assault weapons here, and many of
Guarantee
you on
it.
this stage have talked about executive orders. Senator Harris, you have said that you would take executive action on guns within your first 100 days, including banning imports of AR-15 assault weapons.
That's right.
President Obama, after Sandy Hook, more than 23 executive actions, and yet here we all are today. In recent days, former Vice President Biden has said about executive orders, some really talented people are seeking the nomination. They said, I'm going to issue an executive order. Biden saying there's no constitutional authority to issue that executive order when they say I'm going to eliminate assault weapons, saying you can't do it by executive order any more than Trump can do things when he says he can do it by executive order. Does the vice president have a point there?
Some things you can, many things you can't.
Let's let the senator answer.
Well, I mean, I would just say, hey, Joe, instead of saying no, we can't, let's say yes, we can.
Let's be constitutional. We got a constitution.
This bitch is drunker than me. I've been drinking since the
way
I
that
got
I
out of
think
work.
about this is,
Was it 3 in the morning?
I've seen more autopsies.
I've been drinking for 9 hours. I'm more coherent than this
police
bitch.
officer funerals than I care to tell you.
She's being paid.
I have hugged more mothers.
I quit getting paid 9 hours ago.
Than I care to tell you. And the idea that we would wait for this Congress, which has just done nothing to act.
Nothing.
Is just, it is overlooking the fact that every day in America, our babies are going to school to have drills, elementary, middle, and high school students, where they are learning about how they have to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner if there is a mass shooter roaming the hallways of their school. I was talking about this at one of my town halls, and this child, it was 8 years old probably, came up to me. It was like it was a secret between the two of us, and he tugged on my jacket and he said, I had to have one of those drills. It is traumatizing our children. El Paso.
It's terrible. That's why he looked both ways before he crossed the street.
For standing so courageously in the midst of that tragedy. You know, people asked me.
That's why when a homeless man accosts you on the streets of New York City, you don't fucking hang out with him. That's why there's a lot of dangerous things that happen in the world. Yes, you know, if you're on a highway, be wary of the people driving next to you. One of them might drive into you. Imagine. This will be the argument in 30 years. They'll tell you that you need driverless cars because me and my daughters were driving down the road on the highway, and this truck pulled up next to us, and he just swerved right into us because he'd been on antidepressants. So we need to take the driver out of the car so that way they can't crash into these innocent children on the road. When really, it has nothing to do with people not being able to drive. It has nothing to do with people not being able to handle guns. It has everything to do with taking away your rights. That's all it's about. We've had guns for fucking ever. Never had a problem. All of a sudden we had a problem. Same thing with cars. If cars all of a sudden start crashing into people, it's not the car's fault. It's not a conveyance's fault. It might be something wrong with the people. It's not to do with the tool. If there were 1,000 fucking hammer attacks next month, I would never say let's go ban hammers because that wouldn't make any goddamn sense. These assholes just want guns out of your hands. Maybe they want to take over the country. Maybe they're just pieces of shit. Maybe they're just listening to their fucking handlers. But either way, the idea that the laws are going to take the guns out of the hands of shooters is complete fucking nonsense. Did the laws work really good on heroin? And, crack? And prostitution? And theft? And murder? And all those things? That, they made all those laws against because nobody liked them. So they said, oh, well, let's make laws and then those things will end. Haha! No! Didn't fucking work. And it won't, because that's not how the law works.
I have a long-standing record on this issue. They said, well, do you think Trump is responsible for what happened? And I said, well, look, I mean, obviously he didn't pull the trigger, but he's certainly been tweeting out the ammunition.
Shit!
Senator Harris, thank you. Vice President Biden, do you still
Where about Jericho?
What I said was, the question is,
Fucking
speak
bitch.
to constitutional scholars. If, in fact, we could say, by the way, you can't own the following weapons. They cannot be sold anymore. Check with constitutional scholars. Now,
Mr. Vice President, thank you.
That's not how the law works, motherfucker! God damn it, what do you understand? You made heroin illegal. They still have it. It's still there. It's all over the place. You made crack illegal. Well, it's still there. You made murder illegal. It still gets done. You made rape illegal. It's still getting done. You make assault weapons illegal. There's still going to be just as many as there ever was. And if anyone is willing to go that far, then they will get them. Just like if somebody is that desperate for a whore, they're going to go find one. If somebody's that desperate for a fucking shoot-up or something, with some heroin or something, they're going to get it. It's just nonsense. Act like a law is going to help. Because those criminals, they're the best at following the law.
O'Rourke, I want to come to you on this. I'm going to work down the row here, but I do want to come to Congressman O'Rourke because I know this is personal to you. El Paso is your hometown. Some on this stage have suggested a voluntary buyback for guns in this country. You've gone further. You said, quote, Americans who own AR-15s and AK-47s will have to sell them to the government, all of them. You know the critics call this confiscation. Are you proposing taking away their guns, and how would this work?
I am, if it's a weapon that was designed to kill people on a battlefield.
Your ass will be dead in the ground 50 years before you ever get that done. You stupid, weak, scarecrow puppet man. I fucking dare you. I dare you to send your police after our guns. Because you know what'll happen? They'll go get you. You think that the SWAT teams and the police are going to start kicking down my door and my friends' doors and everyone else's doors? No, they're going to kick down your door and kick your ass out. You think you can't take people because you fucking lunatic. Oh, man. I said about Joe Biden, and I'll say about Ben O'Rourke. You motherfuckers will be dead in the ground, half decayed, before you take away the rifles from behind our blades of grass. You watch. And I'll watch. I'll watch from my my extra-dimensional seat, where I can see a trillion trillions. That's what I said. It'll never fucking happen, bro. Ever. The genie's out of the bottle.
If the high-impact, high-velocity round, when it hits your body, shreds everything inside of your body because it was designed to do that so that you would bleed to death on a battlefield and not be able to get up and...
Isn't that what you're doing to a home invader? Isn't that what you're doing to defend yourself? You'd want one bullet to work, right? Because I don't know if you ever fired a gun before, Mr. O'Rourke. I don't know if you've ever been in any type of battle situation. I haven't personally, but I've seen a lot of them digitally, I guess. But if that one bullet is the difference between your enemy being able to get back up and come get you or bleeding out, you're going to want that good bullet. That's the point of an assault rifle bullet. That's the point of having a gun that can take someone down in one bullet. Is that it takes them down in one bullet. I mean, what the fuck? Are we gonna invent guillotines with butter knife edges next? Because you don't want that guillotine to really slice their head off. That's the goddamn point of the guillotine, idiot.
Kill one of our soldiers.
But I can't expect very much out of the guy who says, walls end lives while he's standing in front of a fucking fence. Check out my video, Democratic candidates 2020 sneak peek. Beto doesn't understand how barriers work while standing in front of a security fence. O'Rourke.
Soldiers, when we see that being used against children, and in Odessa, I met the mother of a 15-year-old girl who was shot by an AR-15, and that mother watched her bleed to death over the course of an hour because so many other people were shot by that AR-15 in Odessa and Midland. There weren't enough ambulances to get to them in time. Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15, your AK-47.
There are AR-15s that fire 22s, you asshole. That's not the caliber of the bullet that's coming out of the gun. That's the fucking style of the gun. I have a friend who has an AR-15. It's got a 22 in it. I have a 22 pistol. That thing wouldn't take off your fucking fingertip if you shot it with it. It hurt. But I mean, goddamn. It's not like a fucking... It's not filled with AK-47 rounds. If you know anything about cartridges... If you know anything about rounds and bullets... You know, the round of an AK-47 is about that big. The round of a 22 is about that big. There are AR-15s which fire 22s. It's basically a pistol with a long barrel in the end. But you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, so, you know, what do I expect?
To be used against our fellow Americans anymore.
Congressman, thank you.
And I want to say this. I'm listening to the people of this country. The day after I proposed doing that, I went to a gun show in Conway, Arkansas, to meet with those who were selling AR-15s and AK-47s and those who were buying those weapons. And you might be surprised, there was some common ground there. Folks who said, I would willingly give that up, cut it to pieces. I don't need this weapon to hunt, to defend myself. It is a weapon of war. So let's do the right thing, but let's bring everyone in America into the conversation. Republicans, Democrats, gun owners, and non-gun owners alike.
Can I make a point?
It's not a weapon for hunting, it's a weapon for war. If you're defending yourself against a human group, that is war. Have you heard of the Revolutionary War, you stupid fucking worm? Oh, well, I don't need a weapon of war. If you're defending yourself against a human group, then you do. What are you talking about? Was the Revolutionary War fought against fucking raccoons and squirrels? No, it was fought against fucking people with premier military equipment. Yes, you need weapons of war. That's the goddamn point. Go read the Federalist Papers, you fucking traitor.
Congressman, thank you. I want to bring in Senator Klobuchar on this because you've often talked about your uncle and the proud hunters back home in Minnesota. So I wanted to get your response to Congressman O'Rourke tonight. Where do you stand on mandatory gun buybacks?
I so appreciate what the congressman's been doing, and I want to remind people here that what unites us is so much bigger than what divides us. Everyone up here favors an assault weapon ban. Everyone up here favors...
What unites you is that you're against the fucking populace, and you're all a bunch of royalty class pieces of shit who should go get new jobs and be gone with you. You're on the goddamn edge.
Magazine limitations, which, by the way, would have made a huge difference if that was in place in El Paso. And that's
no one. Do you know how you reload magazines? Oh, well, we're gonna show you. Alright, so if you're one of those lefties who thinks, oh well, the higher the magazine is, the more deadly it is. I don't think you know anything about guns. See, I've made sure my gun is unloaded. 2 empty clips. Now imagine if I were a mass shooter. Imagine that. Gun loaded. Good to go. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. You see how much time it takes me? It takes no time at all. It takes no time at all to reload a fucking clip. When they say, oh, the higher round magazines are going to make it more dangerous. No, it doesn't. Look how easy it is. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. If I were to have a fucking 17 of these clips on me, it would take me no time at all. These people don't understand how guns work. This is a semi-automatic. This is a 22. This is, like, it would hurt and it could kill you. But this is not an assault rifle. This is a semi-automatic. This is what they say they want to ban. Bam, 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 bam. Click, click, click. Bam, 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 bam. Click, click, click. Oh, click. Bam, 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 bam. This is essentially what an AR-15 is if it had a long barrel on it. This is a 22. High magazine clips. Bitch, clips don't matter when you can fucking fire this fast. When you can put a clip in like this, bam, a bam bam. It doesn't matter if your clip is 30 or 7 or 10 or 15. I'm going to be shooting people and they're not going to come tackle me. That's why the real solution to gun violence is to give more people guns. That's the real solution. Imagine for a second, if I were to have this on me with just this little dinky dink, and even maybe 1 or 2 bullets in it. Just 1 or 2 bullets in it. That's all I would need. 1, 2. And I'm sitting there just in case. This thing's ready to go. No, you're not shooting on my fucking movie theater, bro. That's how long it would fucking take. And yet they act like it's dangerous to have guns. No, it's safer to have more guns. You want more guns. You want one of these in every fucking person's pocket that's walking around. Because normal people do not shoot people. Normal people use these responsibly. And the amount of bullets in the clip does not make a fucking difference. The magazine size has nothing to do with how deadly it is. How deadly it is based on the person using it. Which, if somebody knows how to use their gun, is probably pretty proficient. Fucking retards.
Where all those ordinary people showed such extraordinary courage, and certainly in Dayton, Ohio, where in 30 seconds, one man guns down innocent people. The cops got there in 1 minute, and it still wasn't enough to save those people. That's what unites us.
Yeah.
You know what?
Everybody should have a fucking pistol on them. That's
what
why.
Unites us is that right now on Mitch McConnell's desk are 3 bills. Universal background checks,
arm every American,
closing the Charleston loophole, and passing my bill to make sure that domestic abusers don't get AK-47.
Senator
so
Klobuchar.
we want to get something done, and I personally think we should start with a voluntary buyback program.
I don't think a domestic abuser who's like abusing his family is gonna go on a mass shooting. That doesn't make any sense. That's like, you did drugs once? Well, you can't drive a car now. What? Why not? Oh, because you did drugs. That doesn't make any sense. You're just taking away my rights. Quite precisely, it's what they're trying to do.
That's what I think, David. But I want to finish this because if you want action now, we got to send a message to Mitch McConnell. We can't wait until one of us gets in the White House. We have to pass those bills right now to get this done.
Senator
because
Klobuchar.
we cannot spare another innocent life.
Thank you. I want to turn to Senator Booker because you have said just this week about guns and about the candidates on this stage that the differences do matter. Those were your words. You have argued if you need a license to drive a car in this country, you should have a license to buy a gun. Gun owners would not only have to pass a background check, they would have to obtain a federal license to buy a gun. This would require, as you know, Congress to pass legislation. If Democrats can't get universal background checks, how would you get this done? And can you name one Republican colleague of yours in the Senate right now who would be on board with this idea?
So background checks and gun licensing, these are agreed to by overwhelmingly the majority of Americans. 83% of Americans agree with licensing. This is the issue. Look, I grew up in the suburbs. It was about 20 years ago
I think
that
we have background checks
I came out of my
and
home when I
licensing.
moved to inner city Newark, New Jersey, and witnessed the aftermath of a shooting. It's one of the reasons why shooting after shooting after shooting in neighborhoods like mine for decades, this has been a crisis for me. It's why I was the first person to come out for gun licensing. And I'm happy.
They have strict gun laws in the place where you grew up, motherfucker. I live right next to Newark. They have strict gun laws there. Go to Chicago and talk about goddamn gun laws, you jackass.
That people like Beto O'Rourke are showing such courage now and coming forward and also now supporting licensing. But this is what I'm sorry about. I'm sorry that it had to take issues coming to my neighborhood or personally affecting Beto to suddenly make us demand change. This is a crisis of empathy in our nation. We are never going to solve this crisis if we have to wait for it to personally affect us or our neighborhood or our community before we demand action. You want to know how we get this done? We get this done by having a more courageous empathy where people don't wait for this hell to visit upon their communities. They stand up and understand the truth of what King said, that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I will lead change on this issue because I have seen what the carnage creates in communities like mine, because we forget.
Let's stop right there. He'll lead change on this issue. He should know, as well as the mayor of Chicago should know, that more gun laws creates more gun violence, because the gangsters don't give a fuck what your laws are. So I take what he just said and imagine if he was speaking the other way. It would actually make sense. It would actually be pretty cool. But what he's saying is the opposite. He's saying, oh, we should take away your guns because I've seen the carnage that cause. You've seen the carnage that strict gun laws cause? Yeah, we all have. Maybe you should have less of them.
National shootings, these mass shootings are tragedies, but the
how many happen in Jersey, motherfucker?
Victims come from neighborhoods like mine. Nobody has ascended to the White House that will bring.
All your neighborhoods are gang violence, asshole.
Issue. I will fight,
and those are all gangsters.
Fight to the NRA and the corporate gun lobby like they have never seen before.
Senator Booker, thank you. A quick follow-up, though, because Americans watching tonight know the reality of Congress in Washington. I asked, do you have a Republican colleague in the Senate who would be on board with this idea to get this done?
You know, if that was the attitude when Strom Thurmond had the longest filibuster ever on civil rights, if it was this idea that we can't get it done because of the situation in the Senate, I'm looking to lead a movement. The number one reason why governments are formed is to protect the citizenry. Think about this. We have had more people die due to gun violence in my lifetime than every single war in this country combined from the Revolutionary War till now.
What? What? No way. No way. There's no way he just said that. Gun violence has killed more than any war this country has ever seen? Is this man... Somebody stop this man. This man has lost his mind.
I've had more people die due to gun violence in my lifetime than every single war in this country combined from the Revolutionary War till now.
What?
This is not a side issue to me. It is a central issue to me. That is the kind of fight, because the majority of homicide victims...
Is this your party? This man has just said some nice. He just literally said nonsense. What he said doesn't make any sense to anyone ever, because that isn't even true in the slightest bit. What the fuck? Does he not remember World War II or I or the Civil War or the Revolutionary War or the War 1812 or anything? Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Gun violence in his lifetime. How old is this asshole? Let's call him 60. 60? So, let's call him 70. Fuck it. So 70. So he's been alive since 1950. This motherfucker is going to sit here and say that there's been more people killed since 1950 by guns in this country than every war we've ever been in? I mean, math! Just simple math! What is, like it's like he's, like, these people understand that they're talking to retards. How could he not get laughed out of the room for saying this?
Shooting every single day in communities like
unbelievable.
Mine. We must awaken a more courageous empathy in this country so that we stand
Have there been millions of deaths, you fucking knob?
Republicans.
Oh my God.
Representing their constituency. Because the majority of Americans, the majority of gun owners agree with me, not the corporate gun lobby. It is time for a movement on this issue, and I will lead it.
Senator Booker, thank you. Senator Warren, I want to come to you next. Because you have actually said in recent days that there are things you can do.
I knew it was bad. I know it was this bad.
In the Senate. What can you get done on gun control?
So let's start by framing the problem the right way. We have a gun violence problem in this country. The mass shootings are terrible, but they get all the headlines. Children die every day on streets, in neighborhoods, on playgrounds.
You're getting there.
Die from violence,
lean into it, bitch.
And domestic abuse. We have a gun violence problem in this country, and we agree on many steps we could take to fix it. My view on this is it's not going to be one and done on this. We're going to do it, and we're going to have to do it again, and we're going to have to come back some more.
Oh, add more
until we
laws.
cut the number of gun deaths in this country significantly. But here's the deal. The question we need to ask is when we've got this much support across the country, 90% of Americans want to see us do, I like registration, want to see us do background checks, want to get assault weapons off the streets. Why doesn't it happen? And the answer is corruption.
You can't define assault weapon.
Pure and simple. We have a Congress that is beholden to the gun industry. And unless we're willing to address that head on and roll back the filibuster, we're not going to get anything done on guns. I was in the United States Senate when 54 senators said, let's do background checks, let's get rid of assault weapons. And with 54 senators, it failed because of the filibuster. Until we attack the systemic problems, we can't get gun reform in this country.
Again, if you're a lefty and you're watching this, when I bought my little pistol, my little dinky 22 pistol, I was getting threatened by people, and it was kind of irritating me, and I kind of figured, because there was a guy larger than me and his gangster friends, and they kind of threatening me on the computer, and I kind of said, you know what, fuck it. So when I went to go buy a gun, it took me 2.5 weeks to get that pistol. That's how long my background check was, and I have had no violent crime in my life. I was arrested for, smoking weed once. Ooh, big deal. That's not a violent crime. It's a misdemeanor. I had a 2.5 week background check. 2.5 weeks. So when they say, oh, we need more background checks, you got them. I'm in Pennsylvania, which is a pretty lax state when it comes to that type of shit. I had to wait 2.5 weeks. They do not just give you a gun. I don't know where that happens. That's a fucking lie. Come to my state. Come to my state, try to buy a gun. You're going to be sitting at home for 15 days waiting for that shit. With no violent crime. So they keep saying we need background checks. You already have them.
Got to go straight against the industry, and we've got to change Congress so it doesn't just work for the wealthy and well-connected, so it works for the people.
Senator Warren, thank you.
The people!
You bring up eliminating the filibuster.
Might as well have jacked off a dick right there for you. There you go. All your faces.
To get something done. I want to turn to Senator Sanders on this because you've said before of this, if Donald Trump supports ending the filibuster, which he's talked about himself, you should be nervous. Would you support ending the filibuster?
No, but what I would support absolutely is passing major legislation, the gun legislation that people here are talking about, Medicare for all, climate change legislation that saves the planet. I will not wait for 60 votes to make that happen. And you could do it in a variety of ways. You could do that through budget reconciliation law. You have a vice president who will, in fact, tell the Senate what is appropriate and what is not, what is in order and what is not. But I want to get back to a point that Elizabeth made, and that in fact, in terms of gun issues, picking up on Corey and Beto and everybody else, what we are looking at is a corrupt political system. And that means whether it is the drug companies or the insurance companies.
Sorry, you dumb old man. You've been saying that for fucking 4 years. You sold out last time, and your fucking chips are done. You got nothing left on your side of the table. You can't make a bet. Fuck you. You can't even put in a small blind. Fuck you.
Or the fossil fuel industry determining what's happening in Washington, or in this case, you got an NRA, which has intimidated the President of the United States and the Republican leadership. I am proud that year after year, I had an F rating from the NRA. And as president, I will not be intimidated by the NRA.
This guy's dying, dude.
Thank you.
May I respond?
He sounds worse than me. I'm sick. And when I get sick, it's a big deal. I've been virus sick for like 3 days. I've been coughing like shit. He sounds worse than I do, and that's not good, dude. If I sound bad, that's bad.
U.S. history happened in this state.
He sounds like I'm
so
dead.
the fear among Latinos, and you know this, is very real. So let me start with an issue that is causing a lot of division in this country, immigration. Vice President Biden, as a presidential candidate in 2008, you supported the border wall, saying, unlike most Democrats, I voted for 700 miles of fence This is what you said. Then you served as vice president in an administration that deported 3 million people, the most ever in U.S. history. Did you do anything to prevent those deportations? I mean, you've been asked this question before.
Why would he?
Answer, so let me try.
He's a representative of the American people. Why would he prevent deportations? Deportations of non-citizens.
Made a mistake.
I would think that would be his job.
Why should Latinos trust you?
What Latinos should look at is comparing this president to the president we have is outrageous, number one. We didn't lock people up in cages. We didn't separate families.
Yes, you
We didn't
did!
do all of those things. Number
Yes,
one.
you did!
Number two, by the time this is the president who came along with the DACA program. No one had ever done that before. This is the president who sent legislation to the desk saying he wants to find a pathway for the 11 million undocumented in the United States of America. This is the president who's done a great deal. So I'm proud to have served with him. What I would do as president is several more things because things have changed. I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We're a nation that says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come. I would change the order that the president just changed, saying women who were being beaten and abused could no longer claim that as a reason for asylum. And by the way, retrospectively, you know, the 25th anniversary of the Violence Against Women Act is up. The Republican Congress has not reauthorized it. Let's put pressure on them to pass the Violence Against Women Act now. But then we'll go back.
You didn't answer the question.
Well,
the question
I
is,
did answer the question.
did you make a mistake with those deportations?
The president did the best thing that was able to be done at the time.
How about you?
I'm the vice president of the United States.
Secretary Castro, would you want to respond to Vice President Biden?
You know,
let me put this in context, because your party controlled the White House and Congress in 2009 and didn't pass immigration reform. And this broke a promise made by President Barack Obama.
Good God. How much longer is this fucking thing?
Why should voters trust Democrats now?
Oh, God.
It's more difficult, as you know,
only half over.
because you need Republican votes in the Senate. So are you willing, for instance, to give up DACA or give up a path to citizenship, or even agree to build a wall in order to legalize 10.5 million undocumented immigrants?
Jorge, thank you very much for that question. And look, I agree that Barack Obama was very different from Donald Trump. Donald Trump has a dark heart when it comes to immigrants. He built his whole political career so far on scapegoating and fear-mongering and otherizing migrants.
He built his career on making fun of you.
But my problem
and
with
it's
Vice
worked
President Biden,
spectacularly.
and this out last time, is every time something good about Barack Obama comes up, he says, oh, I was there. That's me too. And then every time somebody questions part of the administration that we were both part of, he says, well, that was the president. I mean, he wants to take credit for Obama's work, but not have to answer to any questions. I mean,
Vice President Biden, you have,
I don't get that.
You have 45 seconds.
Jorge, let me just say,
what I said.
Jorge, let me just say that
said.
I was the first candidate in early April to put forward an immigration plan. You know why? Because I'm not afraid of Donald Trump on this issue. I'm not going to backpedal. I'm not going to pretend like I don't have my own vision for immigration. So we're not going to give up DACA. We're not going to give up protections for anybody. I believe that on January 20th, 2021, we're going to have a Democratic president. We're going to throw out Mitch McConnell and John Cornyn and have a Democratic Senate and a Democratic House, and we're going to pass immigration reform within the first 100 days.
Vice President, 45 seconds.
I did not say I don't stand. I stand with Barack Obama all 8 years, good, bad, and indifferent. That's where I stand. I did not say I did not stand with him.
Okay, Senator Warren, hundreds of children have been separated from their parents at the border. And recently in Mississippi, we saw the largest immigration raid in a decade. You want to replace ICE, the agency in charge of rounding up undocumented immigrants. So how would you deal with the millions of immigrants who arrive legally but overstay their visas? And how would you stop hundreds of thousands of Central Americans who want to migrate to the U.S.?
People say separate families at the border. What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to put the father and the mother and all their children in the same exact cell when they're committing a crime and you're detaining them until they can be processed? Do you put them in the same cell? No! What the fuck? If you're in a car driving with your wife and your kid in the back and you get accused of a crime and brought to the station, they're not putting you all in the same cell. What the fuck is this? This is like a nonsense argument. Oh, they're separate families. When they commit crimes as a group, yeah. What else are you supposed to do?
I start with a statement of principles, and that is, in this country, immigration does not make us weaker, immigration makes us stronger. I want to see us expand legal immigration and create a pathway to citizenship for our dreamers, but also for their grandparents and for their cousins, for people who overstayed student visas, and for people who came here to work in the fields. I want to have a system.
What about fucking Americans, bitch?
That is a path to citizenship that is fair and achievable. Down at the border, we've got to rework this entirely. A system right now that cannot tell the difference in the threat posed by a terrorist, a criminal, and a 12-year-old girl is not a system that is keeping us safer, and it is not serving our values.
I work in this country 50 hours a week, busting my ass, working construction, building the fucking houses you live in, building the houses your friends lives in, maintaining your goddamn society. I can't afford healthcare. I'm in student debt. I'm fucked over. I'm dying of something. I don't even know what it is, and I can't go to the hospital to figure it out. And this motherfucker is going to sit here and say, we need to have more shit for illegal immigrants. We need to have more for people who live in Mexico who want to come here. What about your own goddamn citizens, bitch? What about me? What about the money I spend in my tax money on shit in this country? What about that? Nothing? Nothing for me? Only for immigrants? Because they'll take fucking $6 an hour and they give you a vote? I don't know why more people are not outraged by this nonsense. This should be an outrage. They're taking your money and giving it to strangers and then telling you that you're evil because you have a problem with that while you die in your house with your family that you can't pay your bills for. While you can't have fucking health insurance for your children. They're going to take your 6% off your sales tax, give it to them. They're going to charge you 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50% of your goddamn income and income tax to give it to fucking immigrants. You don't have enough, but they need more. And these are your representatives.
Mr. Yang.
I want to add one more part on this because I think we have to look at all the pieces. Why do we have a crisis at the border? In no small part because we have withdrawn help.
You have a crisis at the border because you're inviting people in and telling them they can get free shit if they come here. That's why. If Mexico told me, yo, walk right on in, we're not going to fuck with you and we'll let you go to the hospital for free, I'd be walking there tomorrow. I'd be walking to Mexico tomorrow. I'd be walking to Canada tomorrow if they say you can get free nice healthcare here. Don't worry about it, buddy. Just wander the border. If you get across, wander in, go get a dishwashing job, and then walk into a hospital. You'll get fixed up real good. Nice, good healthcare, and then we'll tell you, no problem at all. You're a citizen now. I'd go there fucking tomorrow. Of course you have a problem at the border. You're offering them free things.
From people in Central America who are suffering. We need to restore that health.
It's not my problem they're suffering.
Establish and reestablish the rule of law so that people don't feel like they have to flee for their lives. We have a crisis.
That's not our country. That's not our problem.
And hopes to profit from politically. We have to have the courage to stand up and fight back.
Mr. Yang, it is true that in the last few years we have seen the most severe anti-immigrant measures, from putting kids in cages to limiting asylum for people fleeing gangs and domestic violence. But it is also true that about 1 million immigrants enter the U.S. legally every year. So are you willing to raise the number of legal immigrants from 1 million to 2 million per year? And should there be a merit system, as President Trump wants?
So, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you ask me or?
Mr. Yang.
I already said it. Okay.
Yeah, shut up, Warren.
My father grew up on a peanut farm in Asia with no floor, and now his son is running for president.
Who cares?
That is the immigration story that
Who fucking cares, dude? Oh, I got a violin for you, asshole.
In our history, almost half of Fortune 500 companies were founded by their immigrants or children of immigrants, and rates of business formation are much higher in immigrant communities. We have to say to the American people, immigrants are positive for our economic and social dynamism, and I would return the level of legal immigration to the point it was under the Obama-Biden administration. I think we have to compete for talent, and I am the opposite of Donald Trump in many ways. He says build a wall. I'm going to say to immigrants, come to America, because if you come here, your son or daughter can run for president. The water is great, and this is where you want to build a company, build a family, and build a life. This country has been a magnet for human capital for generations. If we lose that, we lose something integral to our continued success, and that is where I would lead as president.
So did Andrew Yang just advocate for legal immigration? Oh yeah, come here. Please come here, but, you know, so that way your son and daughter can be president. Come here legally. I think Andrew Yang is a Nazi now.
Pete, tengo una pregunta para usted.
Gracias.
Alcalde Pete, 8 out of 10 Latinos in Texas fear another mass shooting targeting them. This is according to a new Univision poll. President Trump has called Mexican immigrants rapists and killers, tried to ban Muslims from entering the country.
He said MS-13 are rapists and killers.
His supporters have chanted, build a wall and send her back. Do you think that people who support President Trump and his immigration policies are racist?
Anyone who supports this is supporting racism.
No, bro.
The only people, though, who actually buy into this president's hateful rhetoric around immigrants.
I'm not allowed to be racist against anyone else other than my race. So this cracker-ass, honky piece of shit with his little scrunched face looking like a... Oh, my God. This guy. Yo. Mr. Buttcheeks. Go back where you came from, bro. We don't need your help. Thank you.
Immigrants are people who don't know any. We have an opportunity to build an American majority.
Go back to Appalachia, where I come from, you bitch.
Around immigration reform.
How's that for some
in my
racism?
Community, a group of conservative
honky ass motherfucker.
Around an individual, a beloved
Look at
local
this
individual
guy
who was deported when he went into ICE to try to get his paperwork sorted out because they never thought it would happen to him. In some of the most conservative rural areas of Iowa, I have seen communities that embraced immigration grow, and it's why part of my plan for revitalizing the economies of rural America includes community renewal visas that would allow cities and towns and counties that are hurting not only for jobs but for population to embrace immigration as we have in my city. You know, the only reason that South Bend is growing right now, after years of shrinking, is immigration. It's one of the reasons we acted, not waiting for Washington, to create city-issued municipal IDs so that people, regardless of immigration status, in our city had the opportunity to have the benefits of identification. We have an opportunity to actually get something done.
I bet your economy's growing. Because you've
to
hired all the illegal immigrants and you pay them half what they deserve. I bet your businesses are thriving. They're thriving with all these fucking slaves working for you.
Majority around.
Why do you think they made slaves to begin with? You think they made slaves because they didn't like people? No, they made slaves because slaves are incredibly effective financially.
And in a way that marries
our community's thriving with immigrants. So let me stop it there. Now let me hear what I said. The reason they made slaves to begin with is because they were incredibly efficient financially. A slave makes you way more than a worker does. He just said, oh, well, we want more immigrants because it helps our businesses thrive. Yeah, your businesses thrive. Slaves get paid too. They might not get paid a fair wage, but they're still getting paid. And I guarantee you all those plantations thrived. What he just said is that he knows people who own plantations who are more than happy to accept new slaves. And yet we're supposed to sit here and call that progressive. This motherfucker. Oh, we definitely want more illegal immigrants. Yes, they can pick your strawberries for $4 an hour, right? Oh yeah, I bet you love those fucking people. I bet you love slaves so much. It's not a goddamn wonder that these are the people who originally had slaves, and now they want them again. Instead of being called slaves, now they're being called illegal immigrants. Undocumented workers. You know what undocumented worker is? That's a worker you get to pay $6 an hour. You try to pay me $6 an hour, I'd tell you to kiss my ass. You try to pay me $10 an hour, I'd be like, fuck you. You charge me $15 an hour, it's like, you know, I guess I need the money. But with an immigrant, you can give him fucking $6. I've seen it. And they're talking about how great it is. Oh yeah, I know they love slaves. This is your party. The party of slavery.
Pregunta para usted.
Oh boy, I've been getting all kinds of heated, my bad.
8 months ago, you were asked what to do with the so-called overstayers, people who come with a visa and then stay. And you said, I don't know. Do you have an answer now?
I do, and if you read the rest of that article in the Washington Post, I talked about harmonizing our entry-exit system with Mexico in the same way that we do with Canada. I think that could help us to keep a handle on visa overstays, but I think the larger question that we're trying to get at is how do we rewrite this country's immigration laws in our own image, in the image of Houston, Texas, the most diverse city in the United States of America, in the image of El Paso, Texas, one of the safest cities in the United States of America. Safe.
How many guns are in that fucking city, asshole?
Safe because we are a city of immigrants. Conocemos.
No, you're safe because you're a city full of guns.
Nuestras comunidades y nuestro país necesitamos tratar cada persona con respeto y dignidad. I will lead an effort to make sure that we rewrite our immigration laws in that way. Never cage.
My Spanish is better than yours, and I
don't
even speak
There is
Spanish.
accountability and justice for the 7 lives lost under our care and our custody, but also face the fact that Democrats and Republicans alike voted to build a wall that has produced thousands of deaths of people trying to cross to join family or to work a job, that we have been part of deporting people, hundreds of thousands, just in the Obama administration alone, who posed no threat to this country, breaking up their families. Democrats have to get off the back foot. We have to lead on this issue because we know it is right. Legalize America. Begin with those more than 1 million dreamers. Make them U.S. citizens right now in their true home country. And extend that to their parents, their sisters, and their brothers. And ensure that we have a legal, safe, orderly system to come to this country and add to our greatness here.
Turn now to national security and the foreign policy issue that has such a direct impact here at home. The U.S. relationship with China, trade, and President Trump's tariffs. We received more than 100 questions from viewers wanting to know how all of you are going to handle these tariffs. And Mr. Yang, let me begin with you. Would you repeal the tariffs on your first day in office? And if so, would you risk losing leverage in our trade relationship with China?
I would not repeal the tariffs on day one, but I would let the Chinese know that we need to hammer out a deal, because right now the tariffs are pummeling producers and farmers in Iowa who have absolutely nothing to do with the imbalances that we have with China. A CEO friend of mine was in China recently, and he said that he saw pirated U.S. intellectual property on worker workstations to the tune of thousands of dollars per head. And he said, one, how can my workers compete against that? And two, think about all the lost revenue to American companies. So the imbalances are real, but we have to let the Chinese know that we recognize that President Trump has pursued an arbitrary and haphazard trade policy that has had victims on both sides. So no to repealing the tariffs immediately, but yes to making sure we come to a deal that addresses the concerns of American companies and American producers.
Mayor Pete, let me take that question. Let me take that question to you, because if you've seen President Trump's tweets, he says what's going to happen here is the Chinese are just going to wait him out so they can get a Democrat who they can take advantage of. How do you think about China? We've seen President Trump call President Xi both an enemy and a friend.
Well, the president clearly has no strategy. You know, when I first got into this race, I remember President Trump scoffed and said he'd like to see me make a deal.
Is this guy retarded? He has no strategy. China's bending knee right now, you fucking idiot. Like, who is this guy? Why do you keep talking about Trump as if he's some sort of monster? He is kicking ass. One of you should say, oh yeah, we needed somebody like him. Great job, but I can do better. That might work. Acting like he's not doing a good job is nonsense, because he's objectively doing a very good job. I don't, like, these people have lost their goddamn minds. I guess it's another fucking intermission. I gotta edit it for hours too. Good God. Oh, it's recording. Let's get back into this fucking nonsense.
With Xi Jinping. I'd like to see him making a deal with Xi Jinping. Is it just me, or was that supposed to happen in, like, April? It's one more example of a commitment not made. When that happens on the international stage, people take note. Not just our competitors, our adversaries, but also our allies take note of the inability of the United States to keep its word or follow through on its plans. And when that happens, there are serious consequences. We saw it at the G7, the leaders of some of the greatest powers and economies of the world sitting to talk about one of the greatest challenges in the world, climate change, and there was literally an empty chair where American leadership could have been. The problem is, this is a moment when American leadership is needed more than ever, whether it's in Hong Kong, where those protesters for democracy need to know that they have a friend in the...
Sorry, buddy, but climate change has nothing to do with the actual climate. That's more of a globalist plot. It's like if I told you that you have skinks in your house. You have gremlins. You need to give me 16% of what you make a month to get rid of the gremlins. And then I organize all of my crony friends to get together to tell you about your gremlin problem. And then somebody says, you know what? I don't think gremlins are that big of a deal. And then I call you a fucking idiot, anti-science bigot. That's what climate change is. Of course it's happening. It's not for the reasons that they're telling you. There are no gremlins in your house. Trump not going there. Good for him. He showed them up.
United States.
It's just more nonsense meant to distract you because you don't understand climate science.
Throwing their weight around. The world needs America, but it can't be just any America.
Would you repeal the tariffs?
I would have a strategy that would include the tariffs as leverage, but it's not about the tariffs. Look, what's going on right now is a president who...
I got they're all admitting that he's right. They're all admitting that is a good idea, but I would do something additionally. No, just admit that that's a good idea. Admit that that's working. You fucking TDS retards.
Has reduced the entire China challenge into a question of tariffs, when what we know is that the tariffs are coming down on us more than anybody else, and there's a bigger strategy.
Senator Klobuchar, you've actually supported...
They're coming down on the consumer good price, not the fucking factories or the investment.
Now, though, George, it's not a focused tariff on steel. What he has done here, he has assessed these tariffs on our allies. He has put us in the middle of this trade war, and he is treating our farmers and our workers like poker chips in one of his bankrupt casinos. And if we are not careful, he is going to bankrupt this country. One forecast,
or he'll make a great deal and win the pot. You fucking slag.
All right? There is soybeans that are mounting up in bins all over the Midwest, in my state of Minnesota and in Iowa. So what I think we need to do...
Could you make it more perfect that she wants more soybeans?
I wouldn't have put all these tariffs...
You couldn't have written that
shit. And I wouldn't have had a trade policy where on August 1st he announces he's going to have tariffs on $300 billion of goods.
Good!
On August 13th he cuts it in half. A week later he says he's going to...
Fuck China, dude! Why do you want their business? They harvest human organs! They do weird shit. They don't give a shit about life. They're not like us. They're weirdos. Fuck them. Make them work a little harder. Good for them. They should work harder for our fucking business. They don't prop us up. They don't prop us up. We prop their asses up. And they torture people. It's like if you're in a country that's torturing people constantly. Oh, well, we gotta make sure that we keep them up. Why? Fuck them. Fuck China, fuck their goods, fuck their businesses. If it makes our economy slow down a little bit, good. We'll stop a torturous, horrible nation of ants that harvest human organs and shit. Why do the leftists, are they defending fucking communist China? Red China. They put you in a hole and you die there, and yet these motherfuckers are defending them as if they're a great thing. You know why? Because they're paying them.
The day after that, he says he's going to do it. The leaders of the world are watching this, and it undermines our strength as a nation. And yes, we want fair trade, but we must work with the rest of the world. And he has made a mockery,
including the torturous communist Chinese.
Which I think means enforcement, like we've done in northern Minnesota, passing bills, getting President Obama to do more on that, so that our workers can benefit. So we are importing, exporting goods, and making sure that is a competitive policy. where our goal is that we are making things, inventing things, and exporting to the world. He is defeating that goal.
Secretary Castro, you actually in one of the previous debates identified China as the most serious national security threat to our country. I want to pick up on what Senator Klobuchar was saying there. She said she'd go back to the negotiating table. The question is, what do you do for leverage? Where do you get it?
Well, look, I agree with those who have said that this erratic, haphazard trade war is hurting American families. As Senator Klobuchar said, 300,000 American jobs. It's estimated that it costs $600 to the average American family. Just a couple of days ago, 60% of Americans said that they believe that we're in for a recession next year. So when I become president, I would immediately begin to negotiate with China to ratchet down that trade war. We have leverage there. I also believe, though, that we need to return to a leader when it comes to things like human rights. We have millions of Uyghurs, for instance, in China that right now are being imprisoned and mistreated.
And have their organs harvested.
And in North Korea, this president is elevating a dictator. We need to stop that. We need to return.
He's elevating him by forcing him to negotiate with the person that he's been at odds with for 50 years. Oh, yeah, he's really elevating him, all right. He's elevating him to the position of negotiation table. He's elevating him to a position where he can sit at a table and negotiate and maybe help South Korea, which is a fucking great country, which has got a lot of shit. South Korea's got StarCraft. I fucking love South Koreans.
To ensuring that America leads again on human rights. When it comes to this trade war, I would immediately begin ratcheting that trade war down. We have leverage.
No, you ratchet it up!
Senator Warren, let me bring you in on this.
China be paying you one day.
Obama signed the Trans-Pacific Partnership. In part,
Shit.
it was designed to rein in China, to bring China in to...
That's what you get when you get a bunch of nonsense retards handling your policies. They don't know what they're doing.
Our trade policy in America has been broken for decades. And it has been broken...
Yeah, thanks to you and your friends.
...for giant multinational corporations and not for much of anyone else. These are giant corporations.
This bitch has $10 million. When you look at your Democratic candidates, understand, these people are not poor. These people are not like you. This bitch has got millions upon millions of dollars. Let's look it up right now. How much money does Elizabeth Warren have? Oh, let's look it up. We'll find out real quick how much fucking under the table shit she's been getting. Senator of Massachusetts. Senator of Massachusetts salary. $12 million. $12 million this bitch is worth. I wonder what she makes. $21,000 to $70,000. Huh. Elizabeth Warren, that's $12 million. How could she have done that? Making $100 grand a year. So this lady, who apparently only gets paid about 80 to 100 grand a year, managed to make 10, 12, 120 times that in her time as a senator. And you're sitting there supporting her, going, "Oh, she's gonna help us. She's gonna get those banksters and those pharmaceutical companies." Where do you think she got $12 million from? You think she pulled it out of her ass? Or you think she made deals with the same people that she is not calling out on this stage? The people who she's being paid by, she's not calling out. She's laughing at you, pretending as if she's some Bernie Sanders female version, when in reality, she's a corporate sellout just like every other one of them. None of these people should be millionaires. Not one of these fucking people should be a legitimate millionaire, yet they all are. Why? Because they're getting side deals. So they sit there and they harangue to you and they pander to you and say, "Oh, well, we're gonna really help you. We're gonna tax all those rich motherfuckers." You know what they're not taxing? They're not taxing the people who are paying them. They're taxing every other motherfucker. Do you have an uncle or a brother or a sister or a mother, father, aunt, anything, who maybe owns a business that makes about $1 million a year or $100,000 a year, like anything? Those people are being taxed. You think that Walmart and Amazon are going to be paying for the taxes that they propose? Absolutely not. They're getting paid by those people to make them exempt. All of you are going to be paying. Your uncles, your brothers, your sisters, your friends, all the business people you know, they'll be the ones paying. That's how this bitch made $12 million. And yet she's going to sit here and pander to you like you're an idiot. I don't think you're an idiot. I hope, if you watched this far in this video, I'm really glad. Thank you, because I've been ranting. These people are liars. These people are abusing you. These people are millionaires who are complaining about every single other person other than who pays their goddamn bills. It's the same corrupt government bullshit that we've always had. Again. And now it's all, "Well, we're going to give you free healthcare." No, they're not.
That, shoot, if they can save a nickel by moving a job to a foreign country, they'll do it in a heartbeat. And yet, for decades now, who's been whispering in the ears of our trade negotiators? Who has shaped our trade policy? It's been the giant corporations. It's been their lobbyists and their executives. The way we change our trade policy in America is, first, the procedures. Who sits at the table? I want to negotiate trade with unions at the table. I want to negotiate it with small farmers at the table. I want to negotiate it with environmentalists at the table. I want to negotiate with human rights activists at the table. And you ask the—
She's just so fake. I find it hard to even sit here and watch her talk. She's so fake.
The question about leverage, if I can just respond to that one. The leverage? Are you kidding? Everybody wants access to the American market. That means that we have the capacity.
Did she mention banks? Because I don't know if she did, but did you know that the way she made her money, her $12 million fortune, was through like retirement funds and banks and investments and stuff, like banking investments. So all those big banksters who ruined the economy and got all the $1 million, where do you think she got her money from? A couple of those motherfuckers!
To say right here in America, you want to come sell goods to American consumers, then you've got to raise your standards. You've got to raise your labor standards, and you've got to raise your environmental standards so our companies can compete on a level playing field. We can use trade not to undermine American workers and not to undermine American farmers.
So did she just agree with Donald Trump saying, "Oh, we should tariff them to make them forced to apply to our standards"? Isn't that what a tariff is for? These people are agreeing with him.
Arms and not to undermine small businesses in this country. We can use trade to help build a stronger economy.
Yeah, it's called a tariff, bitch.
How is your trade policy different from President Obama's?
Well, first of all, I have no criticism of that more
this
than
bitch
just
is
looking
higher
at
than
where
I
we are
am.
now, which is that we've got a guy
And
in the
it's
White
4
House
a.m.
who's been erratic on trade policy. He conducts trade policy by tweet, frankly born out of his fragile ego. It has resulted in farmers in Iowa with soybeans rotting in bins, looking at bankruptcy. When we look at this issue, my trade policy under a Harris administration is always going to be about saying we need to export American products, not American jobs. And to do that, we have to have a meaningful trade policy. I am not a protectionist Democrat. Look, we need to sell our stuff. And that means we need to sell it to people overseas. That means we need trade policies that allow that to happen. You asked earlier about China. It's a complicated relationship. We have to hold China accountable. They steal our products, including our intellectual property. They dump substandard products into our economy. They need to be held accountable. We also need to partner with China on climate and the crisis that presents. We need to partner with China on the issue of North Korea. I am on, and I think the only person on this stage, the Senate Intelligence Committee and the Senate Homeland Security Committee. We need a partner on the issue of North Korea. But the bottom line is this: Donald Trump
is doing everything you said.
Policy. You know, he reminds me of that guy in The Wizard of Oz. You know, when you pull back the curtain, it's a really small dude.
Okay.
Oh, you mean he projects a great amount of power and scares everyone?
Senator Harris, but I am going to take this to Senator.
It wasn't about you.
Yeah.
To Senator Sanders. Right
He's
now.
incredibly intimidating. Yeah, that's why we like him.
Why,
You fucking
in the
bat.
last 45 years, the average American today, despite an explosion of
Bro,
technology
retire. You sound like
and
you're
worker
dying.
productivity, is not making a penny more than he or she made 45 years ago.
Dude.
And one of the reasons is that for decades we have had disastrous trade policies. And I got to say to my
Yeah, that's what Dow Jones fixing him, assholes.
Strongly
Goddamn.
on trade.
How can they demonize what he's doing and then also say what he's doing is a great idea at the same fucking time?
Which cost this country over 4 million good-paying jobs. And what happened is people who had those jobs ended up getting other jobs making 50% of what they made in manufacturing. So Trump obviously hasn't a clue. Trump thinks
He's fixing this. That was Clinton and Bush, you fucking knob.
3:00 in the morning. What we have got to do is develop a trade policy that represents workers.
That's what Trump is doing.
Elsewhere,
He's telling China to fuck off. What do you not understand about this? It's like this is absurd. Like they're deliberately ignoring the facts. He is doing that. He's telling them to fuck off.
And then thinks they're going to get on.
He's telling the biggest manufacturer in the world to eat shit.
Federal contract.
That's what we need.
Bernie Sanders, they got another guess coming.
Vice President Biden, you invoke your name.
Bernie Sanders, they're going to turn you into fucking General Sal.
They're going to make the policy, or China's going to make the rules of the road. We make up 25% of the world economy.
Is this I still
We
red?
need another 25% to join us. And I think Senator Warren is
Poor
correct.
Joe Biden. Just
At
let the man
has
go
to be
retire,
the
man.
And ask the table.
Cut
has to
his
be
contract
environmental.
off. Like, stop.
The fact of the matter is,
This is sad.
China, the problem isn't.
He obviously is having a tough
The problem
time.
is they're stealing our intellectual property.
It makes me feel bad.
The problem is they're violating the WTO. They're dumping steel on us. That's a different issue than whether or not they're dumping agricultural products on us. In addition to that, we're in a position where if we don't set the rules, we in fact are going to find ourselves with China setting the rules. And that's why you need to organize the
They've
world
been doing so.
to take on China to stop the corrupt practices that are underway.
Senator Booker, close out this round.
Sure. There's one point we're really missing on the stage right now, which is the fact that Donald Trump's America First policy is actually an America isolated, an America alone policy.
Exactly.
From trade to battling China to the global crisis,
is it not
climate
working?
change, the challenges in the Middle East, he is pulling us away from our allies.
Is it
out of
not
Iran,
working?
out of the Paris Climate Accords. And on trade, he's deciding to take on China while at the same time taking on tariff battles with all of our allies.
Fuck yeah!
You literally have him using a national security waiver.
He's kicking
to put
everybody's
tariffs on
ass.
Canada. Now look, I'm the only person on the stage that finds Trudeau's hair very menacing, but they are
Booker
not
is proving the
a
point.
national security
He's not just
threat.
kicking China's ass.
Cannot
He's kicking
go up
everyone's
against
ass
China
at the same
alone.
time.
This is a president that has a better relationship
That's what
with
makes him so
dictators
awesome.
like Duterte and Putin than he does.
He
with
doesn't
Merkel
care who
and
the
Macron.
ass
We
he
are the
kicks or how
strongest
many.
nation
He
on the
just
planet
kicks
Earth.
all their asses.
And
That's
our strength is
awesome.
multiplied
Thank
and
you.
magnified when we stand with our allies in common cause and common purpose. That's how we beat China. That's how we beat climate change on the planet Earth. And that's how American values are the ones that lead on issues of trade and workers' rights.
Okay, good.
George, thank you. I want to turn now to our troops overseas.
They need to start
and to America's
agreeing with
longest
Trump
war
because
in
he's doing a
Afghanistan.
good fucking
US
job.
talks with the Taliban are dead, according to the president.
Identity politics
Secret
aside,
talks at
he's
Camp
doing a
David
good
have
job.
been canceled before they could
He
happen.
is doing
Many
a
of you
very
have
good
waited on
job.
that already. So I want to move past that.
Stop
tonight
complaining
to
about
what
Donald
all of
Trump,
you have
bro.
promised on the campaign trail. Many
I mean,
of you
my
on
guy,
the stage
come
have
on.
said you'd bring the
Fucking
troops home in your
nonsense.
first term. Others have said in your first year. Senator Warren, we all know the presidency is much different from the campaign trail. President Obama wanted to bring the troops home. President Trump promised to bring the troops home. And you have said of Afghanistan, let's help them reach a peace settlement. It is time to bring our troops home, in your words, starting right now. Would you keep that promise to bring the troops home starting right now with no deal with the Taliban?
Yes. And I'll tell you why. What we're doing right now
She's so
in
calculated.
Afghanistan is not helping the safety and security of the United States.
Now, I want to watch that again. Imagine Elizabeth Warren is a cyborg controlled by an alien in order to appear human. Does it not make more sense other than she's a human being, you know? So like two options. She's an alien android controlled by aliens to appear human, or just an incredibly awkward human. The alien android actually makes more sense. Watch.
And you have said of Afghanistan, let's help them reach a peace settlement.
Look at her eyes.
It is time to bring our troops home, in your words, starting right now. Would you keep that promise to bring the troops
like a
home
robot.
starting right now with no deal with the Taliban?
Yes. And I'll tell you why. What we're doing right now in Afghanistan is not helping the safety and security of the United States. It is not helping the safety and security of the world. It is not helping the safety and security of Afghanistan. We need to bring our troops home. And then we need to make a big shift. We cannot ask our military to keep solving problems that cannot be solved militarily. We're not going to bomb our way to a solution in Afghanistan. We need to treat the problem of terrorism as a worldwide problem. And that means we need to be working with all of our allies, our European allies, our Canadian allies, our Asian allies, our allies in Africa and in South America. We need to work together to root out terrorism.
Are we
it
not
means
doing
using
that?
all of our tools. It means economic investment. It means expanding our diplomatic efforts.
You hear what she said? Hear what I said? I said, aren't we already doing that? And it's just, it means economic investment. You know what that means? That means a large amount of tax money allocated to someone, and don't double check whether or not that's somebody who donated to her campaign. Oh boy, don't you see how politics works now? We need to allocate funds to the driveway fund. Don't pay any attention to the fact that the guy who does driveways, towed my car home last month. That has nothing to do with it. You know? He just happened to tow my car home last month, and now I'm giving him a huge contract on your money. That's not a big deal or anything. That's what politics is. We need economic...
Instead of hollowing out the State Department and deliberately making it so we have no eyes and ears in many of these countries, we need a foreign policy that is about our security and about leading on our values.
Senator Warren, a quick follow on that, because top U.S. leaders, military leaders on the ground in Afghanistan told me you can't do it without a deal with the Taliban. You just said you would. You would bring them home. What if they told you that? Would you listen to them?
I was in Afghanistan
She'll do it.
with John McCain.
As long as the
2 years
money's
ago
there.
This past summer, I think it may have been Senator McCain's last trip before he was...
Don't invoke a dead man.
And I talked to people. We did. We talked to military leaders, American and local leaders. We talked to people on the ground and asked the question,
ugly
the
skeleton.
same one I ask on the Senate Armed Services Committee every time one of the generals comes through. Show me what winning looks like. Tell me what it looks like. And what you hear is a lot of because no one can describe it. And the reason no one can describe it is because the problems in Afghanistan are not problems that can be solved by a military. I have 3 older brothers who all served in the military. I understand firsthand the kind of commitment they have made. They will do anything we ask them to do. But we cannot ask them to solve problems that they alone cannot solve. We need to work with the rest of the world. We need to use our economic tools. We need to use our diplomatic tools. We need to build with our allies. And we need to make the whole world safer, not keep troops bombing in Afghanistan.
Senator Warren, thank
The
you.
whole world is
I do
our
want to stay on
fucking
this, and I want
business.
to turn to Mayor Buttigieg because you're the only veteran on this stage who served in Afghanistan. We heard in recent days from
Authoritarians. The world's safety is America's business. No, it's not. The world's safety is not America's business. You live, you work in a factory. You might run the factory. You might own the company that owns the factory. China's business is not yours. Thailand's business is not yours. The Congo's business is not yours. Italy's business is not yours. Australia's business is not yours. Russia's is not yours. Saudi Arabia is not yours. All these places are not your business. It's not the American government's problem to make sure that the world is safe. These motherfuckers are telling you that so they can take your money, being that you're productive and know what you're doing and have a great society. They want to take all your money, pay themselves to become the military head of the entire world. It is not America's business that the rest of the world remains safe. It was in 1944 when we actually said, fuck it, we gotta go help our friends. That was the one time that it was. Think about every other time that we tried that. Vietnam, failure. 90s, what was it, Kosovo or whatever shit. Failure. Iraq, failure. It's not our business to be the world police. These motherfuckers tell you that because they want your fucking money. And they want more power, more authority. So they're fucking useless.
General Joseph Dunford, the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who said in recent days, I'm not going to use the word withdrawal right now. It's our judgment the Afghans need support to deal with a level of violence. If he's not even using the word withdrawal, would you put your promise to bring troops home in the first year on hold to follow the advice?
You know, I served under General Dunford, way under General Dunford in Afghanistan. And today, September 12th, 2019, means that today you could be 18 years old enough to serve, and have not been alive on 9/11. We have got to put an end to endless war. And the way we do it is see to it that that country will never again be used for an attack against our homeland, and that does not require an open-ended commitment of ground troops. Let me say something else, because if there's one thing we've learned about Afghanistan,
it requires leaving the country alone to stabilize itself under its own culture and its own people. It's not your goddamn business to tell Iraq and the Iraqi people how they should live. They had a leader, it was stable, we fucking killed him, and now look at him. It doesn't work. Get your fingers out of the pie.
from Afghanistan, it's that the best way not to be caught up in endless war is to avoid starting one in the first.
Thank God!
And so when
Someone said it.
An authorization for the use of military force will have a built-in 3-year sunset. Congress will be required to vote, and a president will be required to go to Congress to seek an authorization.
If you're going to start a war, you can only do it for 3
troops
years,
can
and
summon the
that's
courage
it.
to go overseas,
That's actually a really clever. I like that idea.
Congress should be able to
a limiter on war in general.
vote on whether they ought to be there. By the way, we also have a president
All right,
right now
thank you,
who seems to treat troops as props, or worse, tools for his own enrichment. We saw what's going on with flights apparently being routed through Scotland just so people can stay at his hotels. I'll tell you, as a military officer,
Oh, shut up
the
about
very
Trump,
first thing
bro.
that goes through your mind.
You had
the
me
first
with
time
that
you ever
sunset,
make eye
but now you're
contact
fucked
with
again.
Somebody that you were responsible for in uniform is, do not let these men and women down. This president is doing exactly that. I will not.
Shut up!
Mayor Buttigieg, thank you. I want to turn to Vice President Biden.
You're not going to win
because
shitting
the
on Trump.
concerns
You're going to
about,
win by being
any
cool.
possible
You're
vacuum
almost
being
cool.
created-
You
being
fucked it up.
created in Afghanistan if you pull the US
I like the
troops
sunset
out,
idea. That was
has
kind of
been
nice.
heightened by
That
what
was
we've
the
seen in
best
recent
thing you
days on the
said.
ground in
This whole
Iraq.
fucking time.
When you were Vice President, President Obama turned to you to bring the troops home from Iraq. You have said on
This
the
guy's still
campaign
awake?
trail, quote, I made sure the president turned to me and said, Joe, get our combat troops out of Iraq. There was a major drawdown of U.S. troops, and then ISIS seized, by some estimates, 40% of the territory in Iraq. You then had to send thousands of troops back in. Was it wrong to pull out of Iraq that quickly, and did the move actually help ISIS take hold?
Yes.
No, it wasn't wrong to pull up. I want to answer an Afghanistan question. I've been in and out of Afghanistan, not with a gun, and I admire my friend for his service. But I've been out of Afghanistan, I think, more than anybody on this, and it's an open secret. You reported a long time ago, George, that I was opposed to the surge in Afghanistan. The whole purpose of going to Afghanistan was to not have a counterinsurgency, meaning that we're going to put that country together. It cannot be put together. Let me say it again. It will not be put together. It's 3 different countries. Pakistan owns the 3 counties, the 3 provinces, and the East. They're not any part of it. The Connies run it. I will go on, but here's the point. The point is that it's a counter-terrorism strategy. We can prevent the United States from being the victim of terror coming out of Afghanistan by providing for bases, insist that Pakistanis provide bases for us to airlift from and to move against what we know. We don't need those troops there. I would bring them home. And Joe Dunford's a fine guy, but this has been an internal argument we've had for 8 years. With regard to Iraq, the fact of the matter is that I should have never voted to give Bush the authority to go in and do what he said he was going to do. The AUMF was designed, he said, to go in and get the Security Council.
Just say I made a mistake.
Inspectors to go in to determine whether or not anything was being done with chemical weapons.
Here's a good lesson for politicians. If any politician happens to be watching this, if you make a mistake, don't deflect. Just admit it. Just say it, and just get it out of the way. I'll make a mistake. I'll admit my mistake right now. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm very sorry, but in 2015, I voted for Bernie Sanders. I voted for a socialist. I didn't know. I'm sorry. But I did it. So if you were to ask me in 10 years, oh, hey, Mr. Warnke, you're running for president? Yeah. Oh, well, at one point you voted for, it says Bernie Sanders? I'm sorry, I made a mistake. I wasn't clear at the time about the economic ramifications. I apologize, and I was wrong. That's how you make an apology. You don't deflect. Deflecting is what an asshole does, and everyone knows it. Everyone can see when you're deflecting. Don't deflect. Don't be a dick. Just say, I'm sorry, I made a mistake.
Weapons or nuclear weapons. And when that happened, he went ahead and went anyway without any of that proof. I said something that was not meant the way I said it. I said from that point on, what I was arguing against...
I was unsure of what to do, and I made a mistake. That's all you have to say.
Was that in
I
fact,
fucked up, my bad. I've learned from it. That makes me a better man.
We didn't
Good.
have the people with
Applause,
us. We didn't have our
and you're
allies,
done.
we didn't have allies with us, etc. And it was later when we became in
Look at him right now.
The president turned.
Is anyone watching this? Do they even remember what he originally started talking about? He's obfuscating, and he's going to end with something pleasant. So that way he can make it seem like he did something nice. What he should have said is, I'm sorry I made a mistake, I won't do it again, I've learned since then.
The big mistake that was made,
he's still going,
which we predicted, was that you would not have a circumstance where the Shia and
I've explained the way to do it 3 times in the amount of time it took him to deflect once.
From moving in.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. I want to turn to Senator Sanders on this because the concern over Afghanistan is very similar to what we saw in Iraq when the troops came out. ISIS filled that vacuum. What do you make of people out there who are worried that if we pull out U.S. troops too quickly from Afghanistan, it will create safe haven all over again, like the plotters of 9/11.
David, let me answer that, but let me just comment on something that the Vice President said.
What the fuck is going on?
He talked about the big mistake in Iraq and the surge. The truth is, the big mistake, the huge mistake, and one of the big differences between you and me, I never believed what Cheney and Bush said about Iraq. I voted against the war in Iraq and helped lead the opposition. And it's sad to say, I mean, I kind of, had the feeling that there would be massive destabilization.
Someone stop this man. This man is dying. Can you hear his voice?
As the former chairman of the Senate
He's dying on stage. He's dying faster than Joe Biden is.
We cannot express our gratitude.
I'm buying Joe Biden a coffin, and this motherfucker's dying faster than he is.
Defend us, who have responded.
I can see him rotting.
Of duty. But I think also I am the only person up here to have voted against all 3 of Trump's military budgets.
Why?
I don't think we have to spend $750 billion a year on the military when we don't even know who our enemy is.
You've done that every fucking year since the 70s, you piece of shit! What are you talking about? Bernie Sanders is a career politician who's voted in almost every fucking military thing that they've done. The one saving grace he has is the Iraq War. Big goddamn deal. You've been there for every other motherfucking thing, and now you're gonna sit here and try to rest on your laurels? Eat shit, old man. Just go find a fucking hole to sit in. I'll fill it up.
I think that what we have got to do is bring this world together. Bring it together on climate change. Bring it together in fighting against terrorism. And make it clear that we as a planet, as a global community, will work together
Globalists.
to help countries around the world rebuild their struggling economies and do everything that we can to rid the world of terrorism by dropping bombs on Afghanistan and Iraq.
Bernie Sanders, please lay down in my friend's pea field where he's gonna plant his peas next year, and I'll make sure to mash you up real good. We'll make some good fertilizer, bro. You look like the Crypt Keeper, and you're talking like somebody from the 1920s. Why can't you go home and retire? What is compelling these people to stay here? It's like watching skeletons tell you how you should live. Die already. Just go die.
Not the way to do it.
Senator Sanders, thank you.
You're a fucking octogenarian sitting there telling us how to live.
As you know, when we talk about troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, with the Vice President who was in the Situation Room, with senators who are on the Senate Armed Services, the Foreign Relations Committees, with an Afghanistan veteran who is on the stage tonight. As you share the stage with these candidates, what makes you the most qualified on this stage to be Commander-in-Chief?
I've signed a pledge to end the forever wars. We've been in a state of continuous armed conflict for 18 years, which is not what the American people want. We have to start owning what we can and can't do. We're not very good at rebuilding countries, and if you want proof, all you have to do is look within our own country at Puerto Rico. We've spent trillions of dollars to unclear benefits, lost thousands of lives, and thank you, Pete, for your service. And the goal has to be to rebuild the relationships that have made America strong for decades. I would lead our armed forces with restraint and judgment. What the American people want is simply a president who has the right values and point of view, and they can trust to make the right decisions when it comes to putting our young men and women into harm's way. And that's what I would do as president.
Mr. Yang, thank you. Jorge?
At least he was concise.
Thank you very much. Vamos a hablar de América Latina. You haven't been asked about Latin America in the previous debate, so let's begin.
Speak English, motherfucker. This is not Mexico.
Where many immigrants are arriving from is Venezuela. A recent UN fact-finding mission found that thousands have been disappeared.
I mean, you might call me racist for saying, oh, well, you don't like speaking Spanish. Motherfucker, this country is called America. It's an English-speaking country. I was raised in this country to learn English. They didn't teach me Spanish. They taught me English. That's what I learned. Heaven forbid that I fucking consider that my country's language. If you want to make it a second language, that's fine. Do not expect me to learn it.
Appeared, tortured, and killed by government forces in Venezuela. You admit that Venezuela does not have free elections, but still you refuse to call Nicolás Maduro un dictador, a dictator. Can you explain why, and what are the main differences between your kind of socialism and the one being imposed in Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua?
Well, first of all,
Democratic
let me be very clear. Anybody who does what Maduro does is a vicious tyrant. What we need
You
now
praised
is
him
international
10 years ago,
and regional
motherfucker!
cooperation for free elections in Venezuela so that the people of that country can create their own future. In terms of democratic socialism, to equate what goes on in Venezuela with what I believe is extremely unfair. I'll tell you what I believe in terms of democratic socialism. I agree with what goes on in Canada and in Scandinavia, guaranteeing health care to all people as a human right.
Canada, where it takes you about 10 times as long to get anything done, and the European Union, which is sucking off all of its member states, and it's going bankrupt. Oh yeah, isn't that what the right and the conservative side have been saying about socialism and communism for so long? Yes, it might work for now, and then eventually it sucks all the value out, and you end up with a destroyed economy. That's what happened in the USSR. That's what happened to Venezuela. That's what's happening to fucking the EU. That's what's happening to all the places that he's fucking talking about. It's like it's like the open wallet policy. Oh, here we go. Here's my wallet. Yeah, you know. Here you go. Yeah, look, I got 100 here. You can take it. Take that. Take that. It's all good. Here's a 50. Here's all just 50s. There's 50s and now there's 5. Oh no, there's only ones left. Oh no. Okay. So okay. Oh, all right. There's your socialism. That's how it works. Look, we got all this money. Here, you can have it. And you can have it. And you can have it. And then you don't have it. And then nobody has it. And then you're fucking broke.
I believe that the United States should not be the only major country on earth not to provide paid family and medical leave. I believe that every worker in this country deserves a living wage and that we expand the trade union movement. I happen to believe also that what, to me, democratic socialism means is we deal with an issue we do not discuss enough, Jorge, not in the media and not in Congress. You got 3 people in America owning more wealth than the bottom half of this country. You got a handful of billionaires controlling what goes on in Wall Street, the insurance companies, and in the media. Maybe, just maybe, what we should be doing is creating an economy that works for all of us, not 1%. That's my understanding of democratic socialism.
Secretary Garcia, you wanted to say a quick response, 45 seconds.
Sure, thank you.
That's not how socialism works. You fucking ignorant old fool. Just turn into vinegar already. Just turn to acid and dissolve into the ground. Let us be done with you and your nonsense. I cannot wait for the Zoomer generation to get old, because my generation is fucked. And Gen X is even more fucked, and boomers are even more fucked. I have no faith in my generation other than in myself. I'm going to be the Abraham Lincoln, the Donald Trump's fucking George Washington, and the Zoomer generation is going to have to take this world upon their shoulders because my generation absolutely cannot do it. For the love of God, Zoomers, get fucking tough.
Jorge, I'll call Maduro a dictator because he is a dictator. And what we need to do is to, along with our allies, make sure that the Venezuelan people get the assistance that they need, that we continue to pressure Venezuela so that they'll have free and fair elections, and also here in the United States, offer temporary protected status, TPS, to Venezuelans. That is something that the Trump administration has failed to do. For all of his big talk about supporting the Venezuelan American community, he has failed. I will not. I also believe that we need to do things like a 21st century Marshall Plan for Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala so that people can find safety and opportunity at home instead of having to make the dangerous journey to the United States. And under my administration, we're going to put renewed focus on Latin America. It makes sense. They're our neighbors, and we have a lot of things in common. It also makes sense that because we have a country like China that is going around the world to places like Africa and Latin America, making their own relationships, strengthening those, the United States needs to strengthen its partnerships in Latin America immediately.
Thank you, sir.
And I will.
Senator Booker, let me ask you about Brazil. After the recent fires in the Amazon, some experts suggested that eating less meat is one way to help the environment. You are a vegan since 2014. That's obviously a personal choice. But President Trump and Brazil's President Bolsonaro are concerned that climate change regulations could affect economic growth. So should more Americans, including those here in Texas and in Iowa, follow your diet?
First of all, I want to say no. Actually, I want to translate that into Spanish. No.
That's actually pretty funny. All right, you win on that one, Booker.
Let's just be clear.
You got me. I like that.
The factory
That was really funny,
going on
actually.
that's assaulting this corporate consolidation in the agriculture industry. One of the reasons why I have a bill to put a moratorium on this kind of corporate consolidation is because this factory farming is destroying and hurting our environment, and you see independent family farmers being pushed out of business because of the kind of incentives we are giving that don't line up with our values. That's what I'm calling for. But I want to switch because
paying strawberry pickers $4 an hour. That doesn't really align with our values.
Iraq. It annoys me that we had a conversation about our troops overseas and we didn't say one word about veterans in our country. We have a shameful reality in America.
I don't think it was mentioned.
People off to war and they often come home with invisible wounds, hurts, and harms. They're disproportionately homeless. You hear stories about
don't send them to war
waiting
then,
for
fuck.
months for gynecological care through the VA. It is very important that as a country, understand that we are not going to solve every problem with this outrageous increased militarism, that we also make sure that we stand up for the people that stood for us. We end our national anthem with Home of the Brave. It's about time we make this a better home for our bravest.
Then don't send them there.
Hurricane Harvey hit this town 2
Fucking,
years ago.
you know,
And not only is
big
the Amazon
surprise,
burning,
man.
Greenland is melting at a record pace. The last 5 years have been the hottest ever recorded. And we have a viewer's question about this. What meaningful action will you take to reverse the effect of climate change? And can we count on you to follow through if your donors are against it?
Let's hear from the scientists.
Yes, we will follow through regardless of the political consequences or who it offends, because this is the very future of our planet and our ability for our children and grandchildren to be able to survive
don't know that.
on it. We will make sure that we get to net zero greenhouse gas emissions no later than the year 2050.
You don't know
We're
that.
halfway there by 2030, that we mobilize $5 trillion over the next 10 years to do that we invest here in Houston, Texas, with pre-disaster mitigation grants to protect those communities that are vulnerable to flooding, given the fact that this town has seen 3 500-year floods in just 5 years. You'd like to think you're good for 1,500 years, but you're not. They're coming faster.
Did he just say 3 500-year floods? As in he's going to sit here and declare to you that he has an accurate representation of the amount of rainwater that has hit the Americas since the year 500. What the fuck are you talking about? I need to rewatch that. Yeah, we have 3 500-year floods. Are you talking about in the Mayflower days when they maybe had like a really bad hurricane and now you're extrapolating that one 500-year flood and we had 3 of them? You think that they kept all their great records in the Mayflower days, you
by
idiot?
2030, that we mobilize $5 trillion
He's gotta be
over
joking.
the next 10 years to do that we invest here in Houston, Texas, with pre-disaster mitigation grants to protect those communities that are vulnerable to flooding.
You better not be talking about the Aztecs, because I don't think the Aztecs recorded their rainfall that accurately. I mean, they're probably worried more about cutting hearts out of people.
The fact that this town has seen 3 500-year floods in just 5 years. You'd like to think you're good for 1,500 years, but you're not. They're coming faster and larger and more devastating than ever. We're also going to make sure that we free ourselves from a dependence on fossil fuels and embrace renewable wind and solar energy technology, as well as the high-paying, high-skill, high-wage jobs that come along with that. And then we're going to pay farmers for the environmental services that they want to provide, planting cover crops, keeping more land under conservation, using no-till farming. Regenerative agriculture can pull carbon out of the air and can drive it and sequester.
Better farming is a great idea. This guy should shut his ass about better farming and should just say, you know what, we're gonna hire great farmers who know what they're doing. Because I know a lot. I know not that many, but I know a handful of people who grow. And if you don't know how to grow, you don't grow, dude. If you don't know how to grow, you don't grow. So if this guy doesn't have his own garden, shut the fuck up. Just direct me to a gardener.
It into the soil. That's the way that we're going to meet this challenge, and we're going to bring everyone into the solution.
Many of you want to comment. Let's try to see if we can go very fast. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you. This is the existential crisis of our time. It's, you know, that movie, The Day After Tomorrow? It's today.
No! She did not do that. You know that movie said that we've already should have been killed, right? Day After Tomorrow? I think that called it a 2016 world ender. Bro, it didn't happen. Did she just reference a movie that got itself wrong? Wow.
We have seen
Jay Inslee is not doing great.
Warming in our world like never before. We're seeing flooding in the Midwest, flooding in Houston, fires in the West. And I think having someone leading the ticket from the Midwest will allow us to talk about this.
Could the fires in the West have anything to do with the fact that Nestle has been stealing all of your water in the West and packaging it into water bottles and selling it? Does anyone want to talk about that? Oh, no, wait. You can't do that because Nestle owns a lot of the California industry. You have a lot of friends in California, and that's one of your big fucking states. So, of course, you ain't going to talk about that. Go look up Nestle. Nestle takes water from California, and it sells it. You know, you buy those little plastic water bottles with Nestle on them? Ooh, Nestle Pure Water, or whatever the fuck it's called. That comes from California. That comes from their almond crops, because they have to make almonds there. You know your almond milk? Oh, look at your almond milk, because it's good for the environment, your almond milk. You know that they're fucking siphoning water out of the ground to grow those goddamn almonds? I wonder why all those forests are drying out. Could it have anything at all to do with the hundreds of millions of gallons of water which are siphoned out of this area and shoved into almond crops? Could it have anything to do with that? I don't know. I'm just some idiot.
A different way and get it done. On day one, I will get us back into the International Climate Change Agreement. On day two, I will bring back...
I need one more break. No wonder the goddamn forests are burning down. The Californians... Good Lord.
The clean power rules that President Obama had worked on. On day 3, I will bring back the gas mileage standards. You can do all that without Congress, which is good. On day 4, 5, and 6, I will, working with Congress and mayors and business people all over the country, introduce sweeping legislation to get at that 2050 goal. And on day 7, you're supposed to rest, but I won't.
Senator
This
Warren,
is what we need to do if we're going to get at climate change. We have to take this on as a crisis that's happening right now.
Senator Warren, should American foreign policy be based around the principle of climate change?
Yes. We need to work on every front on climate change. It is the threat to every living thing on this planet.
'Cause she just
and
wants
we are
more
running out of
rules.
time. Every time the scientists go back, they say we have less and less time than we thought we had.
Yeah, they said that in
But that means
1998,
we've got to
you dumb
use
bitch.
all the tools. One of the tools we need to use are our regulatory tools. I have proposed, following Governor Inslee, that we, by 2028, cut all carbon emissions from new buildings, by 2030, carbon emissions from cars, and by 2035, all carbon emissions from the manufacture of electricity. That alone,
Bitch, you won't be alive in 2035.
our emissions here in the United States by 70%. We can do this. We also need to help around...
for revitalizing the
dude.
economies of rural America includes community renewal visas that would allow cities and towns and counties that are hurting not only for
my good friend Joe Biden.
It means economic investment.
Okay, good.
It means expanding our diplomatic efforts instead of hollowing out this in Afghanistan are not problems that can be solved by a military. I have 3 older brothers who all served in the military. I understand first cut our emissions here in the United States.
The thing about emissions that you might understand, again, for the lefties who might be watching this, the United States might do the most, but we do not produce the most. We do not pollute the most. China and India pollute the most. We do very little. If you're a lefty, look up catalytic converter. CATALYTIC. Catalytic converter. It's a special device that we put on cars to reduce their emissions. Because we do that sort of thing. In India and China, they don't do that. America is not the person to tell to stop emissions. It is the other countries in the world that are main industrial countries which do not follow the rules that we have, who are the ones who are polluting the world. The United States is not the polluter of the world. It's the Asian countries. They're the polluters of the world because they're trying to catch up to us. Stop telling us we need more rules. Start telling them they need some rules.
States by 70%. We can do this. We also need to help around the world to clean, but understand this one more time. Why doesn't it happen? As long as Washington is paying more attention to money than it is to our future, we can't make the changes we need to make.
Yeah.
We have to attack the corruption.
I hope the money they're paying attention to isn't your $12 million, bitch.
When I think about this issue, it really is through the lens of my baby nieces who are 1 and
Don't invoke a child, you snake.
When I look at what is going to be the world if we do nothing when they turn 20, I am really scared. And when I've been in the United States Senate for now the last 2.5 years, and I look at our counterparts, the Republicans in the United States Senate, they must be looking at their children, and then when they look at the mirror, I don't know what they see, but it's a lack of courage.
You're the exact same as them. You're the same snake, politician, royalty class, useless motherfucking nobody who does nothing. You put people in jail, you lie to us constantly, just die.
Our behaviors in a way that saves our planet. I've seen it happen in California. I took on, as the Attorney General of California, I ran the
those little poppers you took before you went on stage, take 20 of them next time.
Department of Justice.
Rid us of you.
Companies, and we saw progress.
You're a fucking class.
If you've been to Los
All
Angeles
you.
20 years ago, you'll remember that sky was brown. You go there now, the sky is blue, and you know why? Because leaders just decided to lead, and we took on these big fossil fuel companies.
No, you
We
didn't.
have some of the most
No, you
important
did
and
not.
strongest laws in the country,
very much.
and we made a difference. And my point being,
If you're watching
I've
this,
done it before, and
they
I
do
will
not
lead
have
as
to tell you the
president on this
truth.
issue
They are
because
lying to
we
you
have
almost
no
all the time.
The clock
She
is
is
ticking,
lying when
particularly
she
we
says
need
that to
courage
you.
and we need courageous
She is just
leadership.
literally
We can
lying.
get this done.
Me as a black man, I've always beaten the
So to
shit out of
follow up on what
300
Elizabeth said, why are
pound
we
guys every
losing to
month,
the fossil
and
fuel
I've always done
companies?
it.
Why are
That
we
is
losing to the
bullshit.
gun lobby
Just
and
because I
the
said it
NRA?
doesn't make it
And
true.
the answer is this. We all know, everyone on the stage knows, that our government has been overrun by money and corporate interests. Now, everyone here has a plan to try and curb those corporate interests, but we have to face facts. Money finds a way. Money will find its way back in. So what is the answer? The answer is to
$300 billion
wash the money
a
out
month?
with people-powered money. My proposal is that we give every American 100 democracy dollars that you can only give to candidates.
That doesn't apply to the world economy, my guy.
Cash by a factor of 8 to 1. That is the only way we will win. And as
That just
someone running
waters
for president,
down
I'll tell
our
you,
money.
There's the people on one side and
That waters down the money you have. Let's say you saved up $5,000. If you're a person who works hard like I am, and you save up some cash, you know, save up sweet, straight baby cash like I do. I save up cash. I store cash inside of rocks. I store cash in a volcano. I have money everywhere. And it's all in crazy places that I probably forgot most of it. Whatever. But if you work for sweet, straight baby cash, and you got baby cash, and now this guy is going to give out a K a month, that's just the value to all your money. Does that not now devalue the price of your car, the price of your groceries, the price of your rent, the price of this, the price of that, the price of everything? Because now everyone's got $1,000 to piss away every month. Now money means less. Now your savings mean less than they did. This guy wants to give everyone something which is going to take your money and just water it down into nothing. You got a little bowl of gravy that you saved as a hard fucking worker like I am. You fucking work hard, you ruin your fucking body, you kill yourself, and you just try to get a little bit of money. You get a little bowl of gravy that you save for yourself, and this motherfucker says, well, there's not enough gravy around, so let's just rain water from the sky, and then everyone's got more gravy. It's like, dude, I saved this, man. I wanted this to be sweet and good. Nope, it's fucked. It's fucked now because everyone's poor. So everyone's gotta be poor. Fuck you for saving. That's bullshit. You can't just water down the economy. That's not how the economy works. You have to create items. You have to create services and items in order to make economy. Economy is not work. It's not about gold and silver. Gold and silver represent what work is. You can't just add more money to it. There must be an amount of work that is involved. The more work you have, then that you translate that to money. You can't just add money. There must be product. There must be service. There must be something that is growing that is represented by money. Adding money waters it down. That deflates it. Or inflates it. Inflation. Whatever. Adding money does not make more money. It's some dumb-ass authoritarian, I own the world, so if I just say that there's now $1,000 instead of 100, now there's 1,000. Well, now each dollar is worth a tenth. You fucking jackass. And it's like, economics is so complex that these people use it against you. I'm sorry, lefties. They are using economics and larger systems against you by using, pie in the sky, free healthcare. What's free healthcare? Free healthcare means your doctor has to work for free. You think he's going to do that? You think that a lot of people are going to go to med school for, 8, 10, 12 years to be told what they get paid? Fuck no. They're going to graduate and they're going to move to a country which pays them right. Why do you think we have the most expensive healthcare in America? Why do you think it's the best here? Because we pay them the most. So the best ones come here. The ones who can make 150, 200, 250, 300, 350, 400, 500K a year. Those ones come here to do their surgeries and their procedures because that's where they can get the money. You can't socialize something like that. Doctors are not free. They work for money and you must pay them. Money is not free. Money comes from work and must be created by people who work. I mean, this guy isn't an idiot, but he acts like an idiot.
Money on the other. The only way for us to win is if we bring them together.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Lindsay.
I'd like to have an academic discussion now about education. Mr. Yang will stay with
They already brought them together. It's called supply and demand.
you. Here in
Capitalism.
Houston, the school district is facing yet another year of spending cuts. Like schools across the country, the system faces many challenges. One of them, thousands of students are leaving traditional public schools and going to charter schools. You're the most vocal proponent on this stage for charter schools. You have said that Democrats who want to limit them are, quote, just jumping into bed with teachers' unions and doing kids a disservice. Why isn't taxpayer money better spent on fixing traditional public schools?
Let me be clear, I am pro-good school. I've got
Who
a kid,
isn't?
one of my
Who isn't?
little
You
boys
idiot.
just started public school last week.
I'm
and
pro
not
not
there
hurting
because I was
children.
president.
Oh. Oh, he doesn't hurt
So we
children.
need to
What a
pay
great guy.
teachers more because the data clearly shows that a good teacher is worth his or her weight in gold. We need to lighten up the emphasis on standardized tests, which do not measure anything fundamental about our character or human worth.
Oh, by the way, everybody, I love a great mother and a great father. Woo! You know what? I think that parents should cherish their children. Woo! I think that mozzarella cheese is really good with tomato sauce. Woo! I need $300 billion a month.
But here's the big one. The data clearly shows that 65 to 70% of our students' outcomes are determined outside of the school. We're talking about time spent at home with the parents, words read to them when they're young,
Parenting.
stress levels in the house, income, type of neighborhood.
Is the government
We're
going to
putting
raise your
money
kids
into
now?
schools, and educators know this. We're saying you're 100% responsible for educating our kids, but you can only control 30%. They all know this. The answer is to put money directly into the families and neighborhoods to give our kids a chance to learn and our teachers a chance to teach.
Mayor Buttigieg, 45 seconds to respond.
Step one is appoint a Secretary of Education who actually believes in public education. I believe in public education. And in order to strengthen it, some things are very complex for preparing for a future where knowledge is at your fingertips, but we got to teach more to do with critical thinking and social and emotional learning. Some of it is extremely simple. We've just got to pay teachers more. And we've got to lift up the teaching profession. I always think of a story from South Bend.
You have to privatize the teaching.
Exchange students from Japan. They had a student one year who wanted to be a teacher, and they kept in touch with her when she went back to Japan and to college. She took the exam to try to become a teacher in a society that really regards teachers and compensates teachers well. And she came up just short. So you know what she did? Since she was academically good but couldn't quite make the cut to be a teacher, she had a fallback plan. She became a doctor. That is how seriously some countries treat the teaching profession. If we want to get the results that we expect for our children, we have to support and compensate the teaching profession, respect teachers the way we do soldiers, and pay them more like the way we do doctors.
Senator
Again,
Warren,
again,
Mr. Yang's
again. You know, like I've been yelling at these people this entire time, but that's because they were worthy to be yelled at. That was not bad at all. That was a great response. You know, it just so happens Mr. Buttcheeks, Mr. Booty Judge, just so happens to be far and away the best person on this stage. However, call it now, it's Biden or Warren. Dumbest shit they could ever do. They're pulling a Hillary Clinton 2.0. It should be Buttcheeks.
Are you just jumping into bed with teachers' unions?
Buttcheeks versus Trump would be
I think
actually
I'm the only
close.
person on the stage who has been a public school teacher.
Nobody cares! Nobody cares that you were a fucking school teacher. You know, if you can't do, you teach. So what do you admit? You're admitting that you're not good at things? Well, I used to fucking teach stuff. I guess you weren't good enough to do them at the time, then were you?
Teacher since I was in.
I'm not being mean to teachers. I'm not trying to be mean to teachers. I have friends who are teachers. They're actually really nice people, and they work really well with their kids. But, you know, The idea that she'd use that as some sort of laurel to hang on her shoulder. Like, well, I used to teach kids about things. Like, that's not that impressive. It's more of like a kind thing to do. It's not really like, oh, wow, great job.
Second grade. And let's be clear in all the ways we talk about this, money for public schools should stay in public schools, not go anywhere else. I've already made my commitment.
Why? Why should money stay in public schools? To make sure that the superintendents can keep their $300,000 a year salaries, to make sure that the principals can keep their $200,000 a year salaries, to make sure that the administrators and all these PTA, large school district motherfuckers can keep all their jobs with all their cushy money. Of course you want money in public schools. You could save money with private schools. You'd cut the price of schooling in half and it would double in quality with private schools. Yet, if you did that, you wouldn't be able to pay her friends, their unions, their companies that end up going back through the money fucking funnel right back in her campaign. That's why she says you need public schools, because she makes a goddamn dollar off somebody who owns it.
We will have a Secretary of Education who has been a public school teacher.
No one cares.
I think this is ultimately about our values. I have proposed a 2-cent wealth tax on the top 0.1% in this country. That would give us...
Those people will fucking move. Oh, we're only going to tax the top percent. Then they're either going to not pay it, they'll make just less enough money to not pay it, or they will fucking move. And as I said at the beginning of this video, if you increase the end tax bracket, you must increase all the ones on the way there. See, it's on the camera right here. If this is your tax, right, and this is the wealthy tax, it must be a sliding scale. It cannot jut down like this. It cannot jut down suddenly, because if you were to get to that level, you simply won't get to the higher level until you are all the way at the end of it. So let's say there was a $100 million tax break right here. You make $100 million, you pay this much. Under that, down to $10 million, you only pay this much. Under that, down to $1 million, you pay that much. Well, if I'm a business person, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to make $1 million, wait, make sure my business is big enough, right up until 9.9, then jump there. That way, I'm not paying taxes. And then, before I make 100, I'm going to wait until I'm making $999 million a year. That way, you jut ahead of the tax brackets. That's not how you tax bracket things. That does not work. When you do that, when you raise the taxes up here, it must, by economic rule, slowly scale down. So to raise the taxes on the rich will raise your taxes every fucking time. There's no way around it. If they tell you that they're going to raise taxes only on the rich, they are lying. It simply cannot be. It simply cannot happen. That's like saying, oh, we only sell milk and chocolate milk. We're going to sell chocolate milk at $15 a pint now. Oh, it'll be fine though, because, we sell this much chocolate milk versus this much milk. So if we sell 50, it'll make sense. No, it won't, because people will stop buying chocolate milk. Business people will stop making $10 million if they suddenly have to pay a super high price for that. They'll stop making $100 million. They'll stop making $1 billion. They'll move to other countries and do that. And then when you look at them in America, it'll be like on paper, oh yeah, you only make $100,000 a year. Technically, I make $9 million a year, but I do it in China. Because if I were to make more than $1 million in your fucking country, you'd tax my ass out. So my lawyer told me, no, I'll just move to China and do it. So it doesn't make any sense. You have to work with businesses. You cannot tax people on a fucking Tetris level. It must be a sliding scale. So if the highest people's taxes goes up, so do yours.
Enough money to start with.
She doesn't think you understand enough economics to understand that.
Our babies by providing universal child care for every baby age 0 to 5, universal pre-K for every 3-year-old and 4-year-old in this country.
Thank you, Senator.
Raise the wages of every child care worker and preschool teacher in this country. Cancel student loan debt for 95% of the folks who...
We're going to raise the wages of everyone and then cancel all their debt. So the bank that owns the house that you live in, which also owns the package of your debt, that debt is going to be worth zero, right? So over a large extrapolation over all these banking companies, they're going to lose an immense amount of money, like in the trillions. What do you think is going to happen to your property costs when their accountants get word that they've just lost $30 billion? When their accountants look at those papers and say, oh, all the student loan debt packages we bought, they're all worthless now. The government has guaranteed them, but they're only going to be paid off in certain annuities over certain times. So we're fucked. We had like $96 billion in our shit, and now we got like $66 billion in our shit, dude. We're fucked. What are we supposed to do? I don't know. We're going to have to make that up somewhere. It's going to go into your rent. It's going to go into your products. It's going to go into every fucking other thing that you use. You think, like, the problem is not that the student loan debt is out of control. The problem is not that people are in too much debt. The problem is that the companies who own this debt have leveraged it in incorrect ways. Somebody has got to eat it. I propose that it be them. I propose that the banks just take a very slight scale down over the next, like, 40 years to make up for what they've lost. And then hopefully, they eat it over time, but it doesn't really bankrupt them. They may have to scale down slightly, but it doesn't destroy their companies. Too big to fail, right? They're not too big to fail, but if they were to fail, that would be a big issue. And it would, it would actually put a lot of people out of work. So let's not say fail them. Let's say you eat shit for 30 years. That's fair enough. And then scale them down. Scale down the mortgages prices. Scale down the debt percentages and stuff like that. You cannot just cut out that amount of money. That amount of money is already being traded within these banks, within these systems. If you cut it out, then they're fucked. And they got to make it up somewhere. And they'll make it up in your house. They'll make it up in your insurance company. They'll make it up somewhere. So, I mean, yeah, forgiveness would be awesome. I have an immense amount of debt. I'm going to die with the amount of debt I got. But I still wouldn't want it to be forgiven. Because if it was forgiven, it's getting eaten somewhere. And you know what it's going to get eaten by? It's going to get eaten by the fucking house I move into next. That's where it's going to get eaten by. It's going to get eaten by property taxes somewhere. You're paying it. But you don't pay it if we just scale slowly down those companies. But that's my opinion. But let's just finish this shit, dude.
Thank you, Senator.
And strengthen our unions. This is how we build an America that reflects our values, not just where the money comes from with the billionaires and corporate executives.
Senator Harris, 45 seconds to respond.
My first grade teacher, Mrs. Frances Wilson, God rest her soul, attended my law school.
Oh, she's sobering up now.
I think most of us would say that we are not where we are without the teachers who believed in us.
I'm sorry, she definitely took some downers earlier. Or like some muscle relaxers. Earlier, she's like, yo, Joe, bro, hey, come on, man, come on, Yago, hey, fucking, let's go, dude. Like, that was her earlier. Now look at her. That shit wore off.
I've offered in this campaign a proposal to deal with this, which will be the first in the nation federal investment in closing the teacher pay gap, which is $13,500 a year. Because right now in our public schools, our teachers, 94% of them are coming out of their own pocket to help pay for school supplies. And that is wrong. I also want to talk about where we are here at TSU and what it means in terms of HBCUs. I have, as part of my proposal, that we will put $2 trillion into investing in our HBCUs for teachers because one, as a proud graduate of a historically black college and university, I will say that it is our HBCUs that disproportionately produce teachers and those who serve in these many professions. But also,
Thank you, Senator.
But this is a critical point. If a black child has a black teacher before the end of third grade,
who the fuck cares?
13% more likely to go to college. If that
13?
child has had 2 black teachers before the end of third grade, they are 32% more likely to go to college. So when we talk about investing in our public education system, it is at the source of so much. When we fix it, that will fix so many other things. We
How
must
gross is it when people use their race as a fucking clapping point?
invest in the
That's
potential of our
disgusting to me.
children.
Senator
And I
Sanders,
strongly believe you can judge a
Good thing we'll
society
never
based
see
on
you
how
again,
it
Kamala
treats its
Harris,
children, and we
aka
are
B.A.
failing on this
Baracus.
issue.
Fuck off, bitch. That's the last goddamn thing you get to say.
Guess what?
You're about to die.
You're guessing. All right, here's the answer. We are the wealthiest country in the history of the world.
Yes, because we're great and we
yet
work hard.
have the highest child poverty rate of almost any country on earth.
That's because the banks own all the houses and they
We
charge
have
an
teachers
exorbitant
in
amount
this
for them.
Country who are leaving education because they can't work 2 or 3 jobs to support.
That's because you've socialized the healthcare system and it doesn't pay them enough.
We'll move to see that every teacher in America makes at least $60,000 a year.
You could do that if you
But
didn't
we
pay
will
the
also
superintendent's $500,000 and the principal's
We have
$150,000.
Universal pre-K. We will make public colleges and universities and HBCUs debt-free.
That's not possible, asshole.
And what we will also do, because this is an incredible burden on millions and millions of young people who did nothing wrong except try to get the education they need. We are going to cancel all student debt.
That
in this
will
country.
be good for me for a year and then fuck me forever. I think Six said it too, and it's a really good point. I have about $32,000 in student loan debt because I went for electrical engineering, and then I realized that, oh no, you have to get a master's or you're fucked, or you'll be designing remote controls. And I was like, that kind of sucks. Well, I'm at least gonna get that $90K a year job they said I would get, right? I'm like, no, it's like a $30K a year job. Like, biscuits. So then I left. I left like a year and a half before graduate because I was like, it's not worth it. I'm gonna add another $20,000 a year to this to go design remote control. Like, fuck that, dude. So I don't want my student loan paid off because the student loan money is not just a phantom amount of money that exists in the ether. That money belongs to the bank. That bank owns the house that I'm sitting in right now. So if that bank has to eat all that student loan money, like I said earlier, they're going to have to make it up somewhere. Where are they going to make it up? They're going to make it up every fucking other where else. You think that when they wipe your $30K of student loan, all of a sudden you'll owe $30K less? No, not at all. You'll be paying an extra $200 a month for your house, an extra $50 for your car insurance, an extra this or that for everything. Within a few years, they'll get their money back. They have accountants who know how to do that. They will get it back. That money is not going to be free. It's going to be taken out of you later on in a slower burn form. Yes, it's horrible that we're fucking saddled with debt. That's why I buy goddamn lottery tickets. But the government is not going to alleviate that for you. It will only make it slightly worse. It'll only make it a long burn. Just don't trust them. They don't know what they're doing. And it's a bunch of nonsense that he sits there and tells you that you can do that. That's not how it works. You'll be paying that for the next 20 years of your fucking life. And if you were to count it, let's say you're 40 and you have $15,000 of student loan debt. Oh, Big Bird of Thunders is we're gonna text millionaires, billionaires, and we're gonna give you money. It'll come straight out of my own asshole, and then I'll shoot it out of my dick into your wallet, and then you'll have it. Well, he might give you 20 grand, but over the next 20 years, you're gonna be paying 55 grand because there's a whole bunch of other assholes who aren't working as hard as you are. There's a whole bunch of other assholes who aren't doing what you're doing, who are doing nothing, and they're getting the same benefit that you're getting, but you're going to be paying for it. That's why collectivism is fucking stupid. Because not everyone works as hard as everyone else. You can't rely on the group. Bernie Sanders is going to wipe out the student loan debt of that fucking retard that you know down the street who hasn't gotten a job in 3 years. His student loan debt's wiped out too. And so is yours. Where do you think that money's coming from? Is it coming from him with no job, or is it coming from your ass? It's coming from your ass.
Imposing a tax on Wall Street speculation.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Vice President,
There is not enough money to do that within the rich class.
In a conversation about how to deal with segregation in schools,
His eye is blood again.
1975, you told a
It's
reporter,
fucked.
I don't feel responsible for the
Poor
sins
Joe
of
Biden.
my
Just let him
father and
retire,
grandfather.
man.
I feel responsible for what the
feel so
situation
bad
is
for him.
today, for the sins of my own generation, and I'll be damned if I feel responsible to pay for what happened 300
He's
years
having
ago.
such a tough time.
You said that some 40 years ago. But as you stand here tonight, what responsibility do you think that Americans need to take to repair the legacy of slavery in our country?
Well, they have to deal with the institutional segregation.
I never
in
did
this
shit
country.
with slavery.
And from the time I got involved, I started dealing with it.
I wasn't even alive when they had
Redlining,
segregation. What
banks,
the fuck are you
making
talking
sure
about?
That we were in a position where, look, we talk about education.
My
I proposed
parents
that
were
we'll take
barely
those
alive when
very
they had segregation.
schools.
I think
Tell
my
them
dad
one
was
school.
7
Triple the amount of money we
when they
spend
had
from 50 to
segregation.
$45 billion a year. Give every single teacher a
My
raise
grandpa
to
died real
raise
early.
to
I don't think you know what you're
to
talking about.
$60,000
I don't think that this
Number
exists.
two, make sure that we bring in to help the teachers
Aw,
deal
he's
with the
having
problems
trouble, man.
that come from home.
I feel so
the problems
bad.
that come from home. We have one school psychologist for every 1,500 kids in America.
Just let him go.
It's crazy.
Let him
The
go.
teachers are kind. I'm married to a teacher. My deceased wife is
Let
a
him
teacher.
go.
They have every problem coming to them. We have make sure that every single child does in fact have 3, 4, and 5-year-olds go to school, not daycare. School.
I don't know if you can see as closely and clearly as I can about his mouth. When he's talking, he's doing a thing which I've seen done and that I've done where he's coming up with what he's saying and he's trying to say it faster than his mind can make himself say it. So he appears to be almost like flustered, like, and it's a sign that like his muscles are failing to react. This is what happens when you're high on a certain class of drugs, or when your mind is separating from your body and you're becoming a person. I would just say, like, you know, let him relax. I think Joe Biden should put on a swimsuit, fly his ass out to some fancy Caribbean. I mean, stop this, dude. This is making me sad to watch. Look at his eye. He's trying to hide it. He was told to look that way, to open this eye and close that one. He's still got red in his eye. It's fucked up.
We bring social workers into homes of parents to help them deal with how to raise their children. It's not that they don't want to help. They don't
Look at
know
his mouth.
what to do. Play the radio. Make sure the television, make
see?
sure you have the record player on at night.
See how fast his muscles around his mouth are moving?
A kid coming from a very poor school, a very poor background, will hear 4 million words fewer
He's
spoken
trying
by the
to
time
say
they get there.
things
There's so much
faster than his
I'm gonna
body
go what
can
the rest
say
of them
them.
do, twice over, okay? Because
It's a sign that
here's
he's
the deal.
becoming unclear.
The deal is that we've got this.
This
little
is me when I'm
backwards.
drunk.
By the way, in Venezuela, we should be allowing people to come here from Venezuela. I know Maduro. I've confronted Maduro. Number two,
No, this is more than drunk. This is me on coke and drunk.
I'm the guy that came up with $740 million to see to
See?
those 3 countries, in fact, change their system so people don't have a
His
chance
mind's
to leave.
going.
You're all acting like we just discovered this yesterday.
But his
Thank you,
mouth
Mr.
is
Vice
barely
President.
keeping up.
Secretary Castro.
It's very sad
Thank
to
you very
watch.
much. Well,
that man is
quite a
almost
lot.
out. Castro, you look like
I grew up
you're
in one
still
of those
greased from the
neighborhoods
womb,
that
bro.
folks have talked about.
What is
A
with that
neighborhood
hair?
That was grappling with the legacy of segregation. In fact, in two public
More
school
fucking
districts,
segregation anymore. Shut the
that
fuck
were
up.
involved in a 1973 Supreme Court case challenging how Texas financed its schools. And I know that today our schools are segregated because our neighborhoods are segregated.
What the fuck are you talking
Now, I have
about?
an education plan, like a lot of folks up here, that would pay teachers more, that would recruit diverse ranks of teachers, that would invest in our public schools. But I also believe that we have to connect the dots to uplift the quality of life, to invest in housing opportunity, to
My God, I
invest in
cannot wait
job
for this to be
opportunity,
over.
to invest in community schools that offer resources like parents able to go back and get their GED, and healthcare opportunities, and those things that truly ensure that the entire family can prosper. Those are the types of things that we need to do, in addition to lifting up our public schools. You asked a second ago about charter schools. Look, it is a myth that charter schools are better than public schools. They're not. And so,
Thank you, Secretary.
Well, they are,
while
but
I'm not
whatever.
categorically against charter schools, I would require more transparency and accountability from them than is required right now.
Senator Booker, coming to you now. It was 65 years ago this year that the Supreme Court outlawed racial segregation in public schools. Yet for millions of students of color today, segregation remains a reality. Non-white districts typically receive $2,200 less per student than those in white districts. This means older books, less access to computers, and often worse outcomes. What is your plan to address segregation? And I'm not just talking about the achievement gap, but I'm talking about the opportunity gap in education.
I'm jealous of Booker's head because it's actually bigger than mine
I'm hearing
is.
a lot of conversations on
Not
the
very many
stage
people can say that.
And the way we talk about communities of color.
Son of a bitch.
Look, I live in a black and brown community below the poverty line. I've lived in public housing projects almost for a decade and saw the anguish of parents who are just so deeply frustrated that they don't have a school that serves their genius. I think I'm the only person on the stage, even though I had no formal authority as mayor to run a school system, I stepped up and took responsibility for our schools. And we produced results. A lot of folks here talking about raising teacher salary. We actually did it in Newark, New Jersey. And we didn't stop there. We closed poor performing charter schools, but dagnabbit, we expanded high-performing charter schools. We were a city that said we need to find local solutions that work for our community.
You get a point for that,
for
bro.
themselves. We're now the number one city in America for beat the odds schools, from high poverty to high performance. Strategies like investing in our children work. And I'll tell you this, I am tired of us thinking about these problems isolated, disconnected from other issues. That's why my friend Secretary Castro was 100% right. We are in the reality we are right now because, Vice President, of overtly racist policies, not 400 years ago, just in my lifetime.
Shit is not racist,
that
man.
We're redlining communities,
Shut up.
disinvesting in communities.
Your head got too
and
big.
more than just that, my kids are not only struggling with racial segregation and housing and the challenges of underfunded schools, but they're also
No fucking way did Cory Booker, no goddamn way did Cory Booker just say that his children are struggling with getting housing because of racial discrimination. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Assaulticus? Do I need to rub your head up and down the street? Do I need to fucking rub you to fucking find the 8 ball? Are you joking? Your kids get racial discrimination? No, they fucking never have, ever. You fucking royalty piece of shit. I don't care if you were green. I don't care if you were black as Africa. Heart of Darkness Africa black. Your kids get free college. Your kids get free healthcare. Your kids never experience a fucking struggle in your goddamn life. As a person who's gotten some struggles, fuck you with your cue ball.
With environmental injustice. If you've talked to someone who's a parent of a child who's had permanent brain damage because of lead, you'll know this is a national problem because there's over 3,000 jurisdictions in America where children have more than twice the blood lead levels of Flint, Michigan.
Thank you.
And so if I'm President of the United States, it is a holistic solution to education, from raising teacher salary, fully funded special education, but combating the issues of poverty, combating the issues of racial segregation, combating the issues of a criminal justice system that takes parents away from their kids, and deal.
I'll break with that cue, and I will break that fucking cue. You better hope you don't run again. You better hope just bow out, take your $1 million, go living on an island, motherfucker.
Dealing with environmental justice as a major pillar of any climate policy.
And we are back now for a final round of questions. One question for each candidate. We're going to in reverse
Good
order
God.
the opening statement. And candidates, the question is on the quality of resilience. No president can succeed without resilience. Every president confronts crises, defeats, and mistakes. So I want to ask each of you, what's the most significant professional setback you've had to face? How did you recover from it? And what did you learn from it? Vice President Biden.
Where's Tulsi Gabbard?
I
she's not there because she would have
never counted any
eaten
professional
Warren
setback
alive.
I have as a serious setback. There's things that are important, things that are unimportant.
Retire, you fucking crone! I can see you turn to dust in front of me. Just retire. Tell your fans to shut up!
We're going to clear the protesters now. Just 1 minute.
Oh, the protesters. That's like kind of funny. He just has some balls and said, "Hey, yeah, I hear
Senator
you."
Biden, we'll start the clock again.
Did he just get heckled at his own convention?
Sorry.
Ah!
We're sorry.
He
Go
just
ahead.
got heckled. That's funny.
There's setbacks and there's setbacks.
Oh, that's another one.
And,
Yeah, that's a setback right
I
there.
think the most critical setback that can occur to anyone is to lose. Well, my dad had an expression. He said, "Joey, it's not a question of succeeding whether you get knocked down; it's how quickly you get up." And he used to say, "You never explain,
What's
never
this,
complain."
like fucking
I want
PBS?
to say that the only obligation that really matters, the most important thing, is family. And so I was raised to believe that that was the center of everything.
What is this? Like a fortune cookie?
Be judged on based how you treat your family and how you went from there. And I,
Bro, we want you to lead policy,
took,
not fucking write it.
Kierkegaard that said, faith sees best in the dark. Right after I got elected, my wife and daughter were killed in an automobile accident, and my two sons are badly injured. And I just been elected, not sworn in. And I lost my faith for a while. I came back. And then later, when my son Bo came home from Iraq and with a terminal disease, and a year later, a year and a half later,
It's sad that his
losing him was
son
like
died.
losing part of my soul. But the fact is that I learned
Apparently
that
losing their
the
child
way you
is
deal with it is you deal with finding
Never
purpose.
a joke.
Purpose in what you do.
It's very sad.
And
I'm sorry,
that's
Joe.
why I hope.
I'm sorry, Joseph.
I hope he's proud of me today because he wanted to make sure I didn't run for president, but I stayed engaged. Because when you get
Joe.
hit badly, with
Joe. You lost your son, and no parent should ever have to watch their child die, but no matter what I think of you, no matter what I think of your policies, no matter what I think of what you've done to this world, no matter what I think of what you've been part of, you are a famous, powerful person. And I'm pretty sure that your son would at least look at you and say, wow, my dad was pretty cool. Within your own scope of, being a human being and how cool a human being can be. Pretty cool human being. So, sorry. I'm sorry for the loss of your son. It's a terrible thing.
whether you're losing a job or you're raising a family like my dad, where you have to make that longest walk up the stairs to tell your kid you can't live here anymore. Dad lost his job. We've all went through that, some form or another.
Joe, it'll make me cry.
It just, for me, the way I've dealt with it is finding purpose. And my purpose is do what I've always tried to do and stay engaged in public policy. But there's a lot of people that through a lot worse than I have, get up every single morning, put their feet one foot in front of another without the help I had. They're real heroes out there. Some
Thank
real
you, Mr.
heroes.
Vice President. Senator Warren.
That's good enough. That's good enough, Biden.
I mentioned earlier, I've known what I wanted to be since second grade. I wanted to be a public school teacher.
Look at my face. Just so you know. You see this little cut underneath my sideburns here? I don't cut that in. That's natural. As you can see, it's actually like pure skin. Because that's it's just the way that I look. I'm 1/16th.
And I invested
1/16th Native American. This bitch is 1,000th. I have 10. Oh, man.
early. I used to line my dollies up and teach school. I had a reputation for being tough but fair. By the time I graduated from high school, my family didn't
You
have
have a
money for
reputation of being
college
a fucking
application, much
plastic
less
robot.
to send me off to 4 years at a university. And my story, like a lot of stories, has a lot of twists and turns.
Yeah.
Got a scholarship,
Oh, yeah, got a lot of twists and turns there.
19, got married, dropped out of school, took a minimum wage job, thought my dream was over. I got a chance.
The balls! The goddamn sheer size of this lady's balls to have $12 million fucking dollars and talk about herself in a minimum wage job. I've worked minimum wage jobs. I've worked real jobs. I'm starting to work myself up. I would never talk that way about minimum wage job if I made that much money one day. There'd be a totally different way to talk about it. You can tell when somebody actually understands it. This bitch never understand it. She probably walked right in to some fucking somebody else's pocket. That's where she got her money from. Fuck you talking about money you earned. You didn't earn shit. The only reason you earned anything was because there are too many people in this world who are too goddamn stupid to realize that you snaked them. Don't fucking sit there and talk about minimum wage jobs.
Down the road at the University of Houston. And I made it as a special needs teacher. I still remember that first year as a special needs teacher.
I can't wait to hear what deals you fucking took.
Like I had 4 to 6
You won't say them.
6-year-olds. But at the end
Special needs teachers, senators do not make $12 million. How do you think she made that money? Are you an idiot or is she tricking you? She made some special deals, bro. Is this a surprise to you that all these congressmen are millionaires yet they only get paid $100K a year? Oh, they're making secret deals. I wouldn't mind it if they minded their own goddamn business, but then when they come on here and start telling you about how they understand how you work, they work minimum wage job. No, you fucking didn't.
Pregnant. And back in the day, that meant that the principal said to me, wish me luck, and hired someone else for the job. So there I am. I'm at home, I got a baby, I can't have a job. What am I gonna do? Here's resilience. I said, I'll go to law school.
Shut up! No, you did not!
The consequence was, I practiced law for about 45 minutes, and then went back to my first love, which is teaching. But it let me get into fights, it gave me new tools, and the reason I'm standing here today.
So she went to law school, became a fucking teacher, and then meandered her way into sneaking little deals until she got her fucking corporate money.
Is because I got back up, I fought back, I know what's broken, I want to be in the...
Teachers don't get if you're a teacher out there, any teacher out there, if you're a special needs teacher out there, please tell me your whole story. Have you made even $1 million? Have you made even one? Have you made even $500,000? Have you made even $100,000 to spend in your life? This bitch is sitting there talking about being a special needs teacher. She's worth over $10 million. Do you think she made that by being a really good special needs teacher? Or do you think she fucking made back deals? She made back deals, and she's sitting here acting like she's one of you. Oh, I'm a teacher. I'm a special needs teacher. No, you fucking aren't. You're a back deal politician, pig, swine, fucking sneak. And you're sitting here acting like you earned something, which you goddamn didn't. You earned it by sucking off somebody.
Fight to fix it in America.
Thank you, Senator.
And you ain't fixing America.
Senator Sanders.
Oh, here goes Sanders, another one.
To me, means growing up in a rent-controlled apartment in Brooklyn, New York, the son of an immigrant
$2 million house
who came to this country without a nickel in his pocket.
So did my grandpa, bro.
Resilience means to me, George, running for U.S. Senate in Vermont and getting 1% of the vote. Running for governor.
I don't want anyone to get anything confused about me. I'm not from some, ancient family or anything. My grandpa came from Germany with his wife. I'm pretty sure she was Scottish or Irish. And
getting 2% of the vote. Finally becoming mayor of Burlington, Vermont.
My family was immigrants at my grandparent level. So my parents were born here, but my grandparents were not. So I'm an immigrant too.
10 vote margin. What resilience means to me is that throughout my political career, I have taken on virtually every powerful special interest in this country. Whether it is Wall Street, whether it is the insurance industry, whether it is the pharmaceutical industry whose corruption and greed is killing people today, whether it is a military-industrial complex or a prison-industrial complex.
Could it possibly be the Chinese?
And I feel confident
no.
that given a lifelong record,
You can't hate on communists.
taking on powerful
fucking ray.
special interests, of standing up for the working families of this country, that I will be able to take on the greed and corruption of the corporate elite and create a government and an economy that work for all of us, not just the 1%.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Senator Harris.
You know, every office I've run for, whether it be district attorney or attorney general, I was told each time, it can't be done. They said, nobody like you has done it before.
You pull a female black thing.
When I ran for DA, I won and became the first black woman elected DA in a state of 40 million people in San Francisco. When I ran for Attorney General of California, I was elected because I didn't listen. And I was the only woman black elected Attorney General in the state, in the country. And each time people would say, it's not your time, it's not your turn, it's going to be too difficult, they're not ready for you. And I didn't listen, and a part of it probably comes from the fact that I was raised by a mother who said...
People don't dislike you because you're black and a woman. People dislike you because you look like Skeletor snuck into a younger woman's body, and you're fucking evil and stupid, and you put people in jail for shit that you did. Because you're an ugly, stupid monster. That's why no one likes you. I'm sorry, Kamala Harris, B.A. Baracus. No one likes you because you are shit. That's why.
Many things that were life lessons for me, including don't you ever let anybody tell you who you are. You tell them who you are.
I'll tell you who you are. An ugly monster authoritarian who's ruined the lives of hundreds, if not thousands of people. And you sit there in that skin that you can barely fit into. You're dead already, and so am I. We're all dead, but at least I'm not going to have to live with what you've done. So, I mean, that's bad for you. I wish I could have warned you earlier. I wish I could have warned you in the 90s of this. But you're going to have a very, very terrible time later. That's because you're an ugly, filthy thing, and you should be nice and then go to sleep because it's already over for you.
And when I look around the town halls that we do in this race for President of the United States, and I look at the meetings that we do in the community meetings, and I see these little girls and boys, sometimes even brought by their fathers, and they bring them to me, and I talk to them during these events, and they smile and they're full of joy, and their fathers tell them, see, don't you ever listen and let anybody ever tell you what you can or cannot be. You have to believe in what can be.
Nobody has ever said that to you, ever. That has never happened. I will bet right now that has never happened. Oh, a little boy looks up to Kamala Harris and goes, oh, see? That's what you could be one day. That never happened. I call bullshit. Kamala Harris, I'll give you this foot off my leg. I'll cut it right off with a fucking scissor. That shit never happened.
You know, as
bullshit.
Military officer serving under Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
That's fucked
and
up.
As an elected official in the state of Indiana when Mike Pence was governor. At a certain point, when it came to professional setbacks, I had to wonder whether just acknowledging who I was going to be the ultimate career-ending professional setback. I came back from the deployment and realized that you only get to live one life, and I was not interested in not knowing what it was like to be in love any longer. So I just came out. I had no idea what kind of professional setback it would be, especially because, inconveniently, it was an election year in my socially conservative community.
Shut up about it. Don't ever mention it.
What happened?
You'd look way better if you never mentioned it.
When I trusted voters to judge me based on the job that I did for them, they decided to trust me and reelected me with 80% of the vote. And what I learned was that trust can be reciprocated.
You wear glasses, motherfucker. That's what I do.
Part of how you can win and deserve to win is to know what's worth more to you than winning. And I think that's what we need in the presidency right now. We have to know what we are about. And this election is not about any of us up here. It is not about
this president, even though it's hard to talk of anything
It's very
else.
much about all of you up
It's about
there,
the people
my guy.
who trust us with their
It's
lives.
very much about
I kid
you. What are you
wondering
talking
if we're
about?
actually going to make their schools safe when they've learned active shooter drills before they've learned to read.
We're not electing a
Generation
moral
wondering whether we will
authority. We're
actually get the
electing a
job done
human
on
being.
climate change. And if we hold to that, then it doesn't matter what happens to each of us professionally. Together, we will win a better era for our country.
Shut up.
Mayor Buttigieg, thank you. Mr. Yang.
Buttigieg.
I was an
Buttigieg
unhappy
and
liar
butt
for
cheeks.
5 whole months,
6
and I left to
never
start a
says,
business. And I'm going to
Buttigieg.
share
I say
with you all
butt
one of the
cheeks.
secrets to
Both are fucking
entrepreneurship.
amazing.
If you want to start something, tell everyone you know you're going to do it. And then you don't have a choice. You put your heart and soul into it, and
That's
even though
actually
I did
great
that,
advice,
my company
actually.
flopped.
Let me
And
call that out real quick. Because, I mean, I've had some good things to say about Yang in the past. That, in fact, is some really
It doesn't
awesome
matter what
advice.
happens to
If
each
you're
of
going to
us
start doing
professionally.
something, tell everyone you're
Together,
doing it.
We will win.
Because then
a
you have
better
to do
era
it.
for
That's actually a really, really great idea.
Mayor Buttigieg, thank you.
Nice job, Yang. Nice job,
Yang.
Buttigieg.
I was an
butt cheeks.
unhappy liar for 5 whole months, and I left to start a business. And I'm going to share with you all one of the secrets to entrepreneurship. If you want to start something, tell everyone you know you're going to do it.
I like that. That's really
And then
good.
you don't have a choice. You put your heart and soul into it, and even though I did that, my company flopped, had its mini rise and maximum fall. Lost investors hundreds of thousands of dollars, still owed $100,000 in school debt. My parents still told people I was a lawyer. So it's a little easier. So I remember lying on my floor looking up, wondering how it had come to this. Eventually, I picked myself back up. I kept working in small growth companies for another 10 years and eventually had some success. Then after I did have some success, I still remembered how hard it was, how isolating it was, how it feels like your friends no longer want to spend time with you. And so I spent 7 years starting and running a nonprofit that helped train young entrepreneurs around the country, including Sean Wen, who's here in the audience tonight, who left his gilded Wall Street job to become a food entrepreneur in San Antonio. Sean, I hope I made the process a little bit easier for you than it was for me.
I don't fucking care about your
But
story.
the goal of my campaign is to make this an economy that allows us to live our human values and aspirations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yang.
That was it?
Senator Booker.
Come on, man. I want more substance, nigga.
So
bullshit.
my biggest
Oh, here
professional
comes
setback
Booker.
is embarrassing because a lot of folks know about it. I
didn't grab that guy's
was
dick
one
at
of the
all.
leaders in Newark, New Jersey in 2002 took on the
You're gonna
political
brag
machine
about
and
Newark,
built They
bro?
Fight Back. I had
I mean,
tires
come
on my
on,
car
dude.
slashed. Our campaign
Buy
offices
weed in
were
Newark.
broken
Fuck
into.
you.
My phones were tapped. It became a spectacle, and we
Nah, I don't buy
lost
weed.
that election. And here's a bit of advice to everybody. If you're going to have a spectacular failure, have a documentary team there to
You buy
capture it because it
bullshit.
made for an Oscar-nominated documentary called Street Fight. But then, unfortunately, another setback, it lost in the Oscars to a movie called March of the Dagnab Penguins, for crying out loud. The people in my community, living in the projects, told me, don't give up on the people, and the people won't give up on you. Create bigger and bolder coalitions, and you're going to win. And you know what? We came back 4 years later and won the largest lopsided victory in our city's history. But more than that, the lesson was there. We didn't give up. We were taking on America's toughest problems, from crime to poverty, and we transformed our city, creating tens of thousands of new jobs, the biggest economic expansion in our city, and as I said before, turned around our school system. There's more work to do, but I haven't given up on the people. I still live in that community. But this is the big lesson. My staff and my friends and my community told me, if you want to go fast, you may have won the mayor's race, but that's not what life is about. There's an old African saying that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. The lesson I learned of resilience is to trust people, because the power of the people is always greater than the people in power. And the test of America right
I have to give Cory Booker a fucking point for that one, dude. Because that's a phrase that I actually have on my own. And it's similar, but it's not the same. But it's actually a magic phrase, which I'm going to get into with my Spirit series, which I'm doing very soon. But what my Spirit was telling me was that to arrive first is to arrive alone. So what it means is you want to get there with everyone. You don't want to, you might want to be the most powerful and the most, I got there first. But if you get there first, you've gotten there alone. So you want to at least put,
to poverty, and we transformed our city, creating
You want to help
thousands
people
of
get to where you're
jobs,
going so
the
that way you
biggest
can all get
economic
there
expansion
together.
in our city, and as I said before,
You
turn
might be
around our
powerful
school
enough to get there
system.
alone,
There's more work to
but
do, but I haven't
to
given
get
up
there
on the
first
people.
is to get there
I still
alone.
live in that community, but this is the big lesson. My staff and my friends and my community told me, if you want to go fast, you may have won the mayor's race, but that's not what life is about. There's an old African saying that says, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together.
That sort of means, in a weird way, in my phrase, to arrive first is to arrive alone. And it's like the opposite of that. It's like, well, you don't want to arrive first then. You want to arrive with people, you know? You don't want to be ahead of them. You want to be with them. And I guess this thing is, you go alone and go far together, but really, it's if you got there first, you're alone. I like that.
The lesson I learned of resilience is to trust people, because the power of the people is always greater than the people in power. And the test of America right now, it's not a referendum on Donald Trump, it's a referendum on us and who we are and who we're going to be together. We need to use this moment in history to unite in common cause and common purpose, and then there's nothing we can't do together as a nation.
Senator Booker, thank you. Congressman O'Rourke.
Thank you, George. Everything that I've learned about resilience, I've learned from my hometown of El Paso, Texas. In the face of this act of terror that was directed at our community.
I haven't heard him take this guy seriously, because, like, I literally think I could break any part of his body with one hand. I could grab his face and just break his jaw. Like, so much fucking sugar cane. Like, every part of him looks like it could be smashed like a piece of balsa wood. I find it hard to take him seriously.
Large part by the President of the United States. It killed 22 people and injured many more. We were not defeated by that, nor were we defined by that. The very thing that drew that killer to us is the very thing that helps us set the example for the rest of this country. We don't see our differences as disqualifying or dangerous. We see them as foundational to our success, to our strength, and to our security, and to our safety. Yesterday, I was visiting with one of those victims. He's the head coach of the Fusion. This is a girls' soccer team of 10 and 11-year-old girls. His name is Luis. He was shot in the legs multiple times. He was shot in the side multiple times. He's still healing from his wounds in the hospital, but from his hospital bed, he's still trying to coach the Fusion girls' soccer team. Memo, his co-coach, is still fighting for his life right now.
Better not
at
be a
Del
person,
Sol
I'll
Hospital.
shoot him in the face.
Those two men, Jessica and Marcella, their wives, they exemplify resilience to me. And when we end this scourge of gun violence in this country, when we finally confront the racism that exists in America, when we're defined not by our fears, but instead by our aspirations and our ambitions, it will be in large part, I think, thanks to the example that El Paso has set.
Congressman, thank you. Senator Klobuchar.
Millions have brought me.
So, I gotta make sure there's nobody in my house. Oh, wow. Oh, can this shit just be over with?
Up here. I grew up with a dad who struggled with alcoholism his whole life, and after his third DWI, he had a choice between jail and treatment. He chose treatment with his faith, with his friends, with our family, and in his words, he was pursued by grace. And that made me interested in public service, because I feel like everyone should have that same right to be pursued by grace. I then got married. My husband's out there somewhere, hopefully smiling. And our daughter. And our daughter was born. I had this expectation we're going to have this perfect birth. And she was really sick. And she couldn't swallow. And she was in and out of hospitals for 1.5 years. But when she was born, they had a rule in place that you got kicked out of the hospital in 24 hours. She was in intensive care, and I was kicked out. And I thought, this could never happen to any other mom again. So I went to the legislature, our state legislature.
Doctors do not work for free. They didn't kick you out because they hated your baby. They kicked you out because they have other patients. God damn it. How do you not understand this yet not understand how socialized healthcare does not work as well?
And mom, and I advocated for one of the first laws in the country guaranteeing new moms and their babies a 48-hour hospital stay. And when they tried to delay the implementation of that law, I brought 6 pregnant friends to the conference committee, so they outnumbered the lobbyists 2-1. And when they said, when should it take place, they all raised their hand and said, now. That is what motivated me to go into public
No wonder
service.
you're at 1%.
Gridlock of Washington, D.C., and got to work and pass over 100 bills. And I know a lot of my friends here from the left, but remember, I am from the middle of the country. And I believe
Just
if we're going to
peace
get
out.
things done, that we have to have someone leading the ticket with grit. Someone's going to not just change the policies, but change the tone.
None of
in the
you have
country,
more
and
grit than the
someone who
bottom of my
believes
goddamn
in
sneakers.
America and believes it from their heart.
And I use
because of where
those
they came
for-
from. That everyone should have that same opportunity.
I was going to say use those
Thank
for
you.
roofing.
Secretary
But
Castro.
that would actually give them a fair amount
Thank
of
you,
grit.
George,
So-
to Jorge, to Lindsay, and to David, and to all of y'all for tuning in tonight. In many ways, I shouldn't be here on this stage.
Yeah, it should have been
Castro
Tulsi Gabbard.
is my mother's name and was my grandmother's name before her. I grew up in a single-parent household on the west side of San Antonio.
fucking cares?
Going to the public schools. Eventually, my brother Joaquin and I became the first in our family to become professionals. And when I got home, I took a job at the biggest law firm in town. I was making $100,000 a year in the year 2000.
If his brother were working up from the fucking bottom. Oh yeah, I took a job at the nearest law firm in town. Like, does this guy think that we're retarded, or just you? Because he's telling you that he's some fucking grassroots motherfucker who just so happened to get a job at the nearest law firm in town. Like, I mean, come on, man.
2 months later, I got elected to the San Antonio City Council.
Oh my God, it's
The city
almost
council
over.
at the time
Thank
was
you,
only
God.
paying $1,040 a year. So everybody had another job, and my job was at the law firm.
It's
Well,
5:55
a few months after
in the
I got
morning.
Elected, the law firm got a client, and the client wanted those of us on the city council to vote for a land deal. The land deal was that they wanted to build a golf course over our water supply because we relied on an underground aquifer. I didn't think the environmental protection plan was strong enough, so I wanted to vote against it, and my constituents wanted me to vote against it. But under the ethics rules for lawyers in Texas, because believe it or not, lawyers have ethics rules, you can't just go against the interests of a client. So I was stuck. On the one hand, I wanted to do the right thing. On the other hand, my livelihood, my student loans, my new house payment, my car payment depended on me shutting up, being conflicted out. So one day I walked into my law firm and I quit my job. And then I went and I voted against that land deal on the city council. And, you know, it was the first test that I had, and I think back to that because oftentimes we think of politics and you think of politics as dirty or corrupting. I wondered before I went in it whether it would change who I was. And I was proud that when that first test came,
3 hours
that
of
I
this,
stood
bro.
up for the people that I was there to represent and not for big special interests. There's nobody that gets tested more in a position of public trust than the President of the United States. This president has failed that test. But I want you to know that if you elect me president, I won't. I won't serve anybody except you and your family. And together, we can create an America that's better than ever. Thank you very much.
Secretary Castro, thank you to all of our candidates. It was a great debate. I think we learned a lot tonight. Thanks to you. Thanks to Texas Southern University for hosting us tonight. It was a great crowd. Thank you. As well tonight. Thanks to
Oh
you.
my God.
Thanks to everyone at home. The debate is
Thank
over.
you, Lord. The debate is over. Ah! Thank you, God. All right. That was a lot of work. I really didn't want to do it, but I was watching it and I couldn't not say anything about it. These people are fucking traitors. This country's going through a paradigm shift. I'm not sure what their end game is. I mean, when I get into my spirit series, I'll describe to you how easy it is to burn the whole world down to the ground. But I mean, it's like, are these people trying to do it too? Because, like, I would do it in a much more pleasant and fun way. Yeah, they just seem like they don't give a shit. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, I could burn the house down in a very, you know, advanced electrical way. These motherfuckers are just literally dumping gas all over the kitchen floor and throwing matches around. It's like... Come on, man. This is insane. These people are fucking lunatics. But, alright. Alright, we're gonna get into Satan soon and spirits. Alright, peace out, mom. Peace out, mom.